So that's the evenings?
Hello.
Oh.
Always.
No, not this
Always
time.
mirrored.
Nah, we're just talking about the mastering of polearms. Yeah.
We're still just trying to get ourselves right from our summer curse.
Hold on. I don't want to cut you off or anything, but Rosa is saying no audio from Kiara on stream.
Did you unmute yourself everywhere? Guess the next question for Rosa is, can she hear anyone else?
Yes, I can hear everyone, I think, except Kiara on the stream.
Okay. We're sending in pre-screen.
And Azarin just threw up a cloak of invisibility.
Yep. Just to bother you.
Oh my gosh. Alright, stream, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Am I too loud, or is that... Hopefully that's okay. Okay, they can hear me. That's good. Let me know if I'm coming through as too loud or not. Ugh, to say all that stuff over again. So basically, I was apologizing for our weird schedule because we kind of swapped things around to accommodate Mass Effect, which ended up not happening for other reasons. So, you know, we appreciate you guys kind of hanging out with us, and we apologize for kind of the difficulties in post-summer trying to get things back into the swing of things. So this is Chimera Collective, Darkness and Darvasta. I'm going to do a little bit of a recap. So just to kind of remind everyone what's going on. So we left our, sorry, players, for you're going to have to hear some of this again. We left our agents in dark, war-torn Darvasta and investigating strange occurrences post a civil war that occurred there. There have been unusual undead activity. People have been going missing. Crops are struggling and dying. Hundreds of refugees roaming nomadically in search of places to settle. Rebel groups, unhappy with the peace treaty, seek to undermine the recovery efforts and reignite the war. Arriving undercover as opportunistic adventurers for hire, our agents seek answers. They've uncovered signs that an organized rebel group does in fact exist, and they've made potential first contact with them. They have also followed signs of some strange dogs, which they've determined to be hell dogs, and have kind of followed those trails to this not abandoned, but a destroyed, bombed church out in the middle of a forest nearby. And they've, in kind of searching out and just taking out some of the things, undead things that that lived around that area. Not lived, but man, I should stick to what I wrote. I go off script and now I'm losing myself. Taking care of some of the enemies in the area, they were able to get into this destroyed church. Following blood trails, they discovered that there were some tunnels, crypts underneath the church, leading to an underground chapel, basically a church underneath a church. And there, before reaching the chapel, rather, to seek entry to it, they met an unexpected ally named Nita and her bobcat familiar, who they've met before, Lou. Together, they were able to open a magically sealed door that led to this subterranean dark chapel. Following the trails of blood, they find themselves in this space. Faded muraled walls, chipped marble floor, both slick and sticky with blood, and a black altar at the front center of the chapel. A large open book laid out. And so a strange kind of V-like symbol, a bastardization of the symbol of the local god Veles on the altar, inlaid in gold. It's here that they faced a tall feminine figure with ripped bat-like wings on her back. A fight broke out. Dark snake-skinned imps attacked from behind, while the winged woman, a dark cultist, and a horrific creature attacked from the front. Nita spellcast herself into a spider-climbed perch position above the battle. Fudge and Muffalo bravely rushed forward, rushing the enemy in the room's center. Kieran fought off some imps, while Sybil and Sethis, the latter now transformed into their more beastly self, engaged battle with the nightmarish creature. This creature was bear-like in size and form, but furless, and its muscled mass packed into these roughly forged armor, its head missing from the neck. Instead, a lump of flesh with a huge gaping maw of sharp teeth and a long barbed tongue where its head should be. Eyeless, without a nose, yet seemingly having no trouble finding its opponents. The robed and cloaked cultist was surprisingly difficult for the party to hit, but soon it didn't matter anymore as the figure slit its own throat with a ritualistic dagger, and a pendant around the winged figure's neck began to glow as she clutched it, began to chant. The floor shook, crumbled, and cracked, revealing thick sulfuric heat and clawing hands. Many smaller and one gigantic, attempting to pull itself free. However, the opening was not yet big enough for it to come through. The winged figure closed their eyes and continued to chant. Smaller imps swarmed out from the opening and surrounded her protectively, as she worked her magic, and this is where we left off in the initiative after her turn. So she's used her turn to kind of start this ritual that seems to be very clear that is connected to this event that is happening that almost took Fudge and Muffalo's lives as they managed to dexterously avoid this crack happening right at their feet. You guys have currently taken out one of the imps that were kind of attacking. There's one that is currently kind of going for, I believe, going for Fudge. Another is engaged with Kieran. One of the cultists is no more. Did I say there was a second one out? I can't remember if the second one was out yet or not.
I don't think you said.
Okay. So there may potentially be another cultist somewhere. But, because I don't think I had that one take any actions. Just the main one that ritualistically killed themselves. Unless this is
that's
just
the only one I know.
Sorry, it's been a couple weeks since we played, so I'm like trying to catch up on where everything was at. Got everything's health. So next up in initiative is... first of all, does anyone have any questions about the scene? Because we are playing Theater of Mind, so I want to make sure that like where you guys are, your placements in the room, everything's kind of clear. I know Kieran was kind of still in this like kind of enclave area, where you guys just entered from. I believe Sybil and Cephas are a little bit more, not quite to the center of the room, but outside of that opening area, engaging with this larger creature. Crystal, I believe, was back with Kieran, also fighting off the imps, correct?
My notes say
Oh,
that
you're muted.
I am... Am I still?
No, I can hear you.
Maybe I'm muted? Maybe I can't hear you guys.
Okay.
What?
Oh dear.
Can you hear me?
Oh no.
What
Can you
did
hear
you
us?
do?
What is
Discord doing
happening?
a-
Hold
is
on.
Discord doing a dumb?
Discord might be doing a dumb.
I apparently
Yeah.
undid my own headset. That's my fault. Yep.
Ah.
That explains a lot.
Yep. Nailing it tonight. Okay. So
Okay,
Professional
I have-
streamers.
My notes say that I failed a dex save and I'm prone, but I also have some notes that there was echoes of the female figure surrounding it, and that we
Yes.
have got three of... I've got a note here that says we get 4 distinct figures, 3 echoes, and I've got a note that says 3 echoes are down.
yes, that is correct. So you guys did manage to take out 3 of this being's echoes, or just these like figures that were not false figures of her, and they've been destroyed. But the main winged figure is now currently in the center of the room. She's being swarmed by some of these they're smaller than the imps that Kieran is engaged with right now. It's like they're little mini ones. And they swarmed up out of this crack and seem to be kind of mainly focused on swarming around this larger winged feminine figure as she seems to be performing this ritual almost like protectively around her. So yeah, Crystal, I believe when the event happened, because you were kind of focused on... I'm trying to remember who you were shooting at. I think you were shooting at the winged figure, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could not see the imps.
Yeah, you
So
didn't know
I
that they
turned
were
my
back there.
attention from Kieran
Mhm.
to the figure, and I was shooting at the echoes in the figure.
Okay. My cat is losing her mind trying to open this door right now. Sorry, it's distracted. And then you fell prone once the ground started shaking.
Yeah.
But yeah, you were able to take out some of the echoes. So yeah, you were the character, like, I was like, what was Crystal doing? And I didn't have time to rewatch the episode. So thank you. Anyone have any other questions about what's going on in the scene or where they're at? Okay. Anita's kind of spider climbed above.
I have a question about some time management stuff.
Sure.
So I know Anita and Cephas were working on getting the door open. I'm just trying to remember how long that took.
When they were working on getting, so you guys were in that chamber for a fair amount of time. You guys were having conversations, sussing out Nita, and then kind of trying to work out the spell, prepare yourselves. So I would say probably at least 20 minutes had passed or so.
Damn. All right. I was hoping for longer.
Got it. And if you guys are wondering, we're at the top of the 3rd round. If that matters for anyone's abilities that have going on right now. So we have in the initiative order, the winged creature was first. She just went. So next up is Kieran with Crystal on deck, followed by Fudge. So Kieran, what would you like to do? And I'm going to change the music real quick while you think.
I would like to smash at the imp that is still breathing. Because I hear a bunch of not good stuff behind me, but I'm not turning my back to an imp.
Got it.
That would be a very not smart thing to do. And granted, Kieran is, not smart, but she's not very not smart.
That is fair. Oh, before we get into that, there's one more piece of order I need to handle. Going to roll this D4. Well, let me pick one that has maybe more clear writing on it. Yeah, we'll use this one. I'm going to roll this D4, and I'm going to take a photo of what it rolls onto. This D4 represents how many rounds you have of this ritual before something very bad happens.
And we only get a D4?
You only get a D4 of rounds, and you will not know what you get.
She's nice and telling me that at least we have a time limit of D4 rounds.
Yes.
If it was Roji, he'd just be rolling that in the background, not telling us nothing.
That means next round something horrible could be happening.
And now,
Yep.
is anyone proficient in Arcana? Nobody is, huh? All right. I would say Kieran then for your religion proficiency, and if anyone else is proficient in religion as well, go ahead and give me an insight check for free. It's free insight right now while this is going on.
Said religion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's not a Kraken, but it's a 17, and I have a +7, so that's a 24.
Wonderful.
Religion.
So,
Mine's a 9.
all right. So, Kieran, even though you're a little distracted by the imps, it's not hard to miss what's going on in the center of the room. I mean, it is hard to miss. Sorry. Rephrase that phrasing there. And so, a grant, like a dark ritual occurring. You've heard stories about them. You know what to look out for. And you know that something very big is happening. You know that it takes a lot of energy, and she's already received a blood sacrifice from one of her cultists. With what would you get, 26? Something crazy?
24.
24, okay. With a 24, I will say if she is able to sacrifice another being like that, it'll rapidly bring that powers up this whatever she's doing, and things will happen faster. It will take her time to complete whatever ritual while she's chanting. You don't know exactly how much time. You know that if you can interrupt her, she'd have to start over because this is a complex ritual. The sacrifice remains, but the chant itself could potentially be reset.
All right.
Seeing the swarm in front of her, that could be difficult, but might be key.
How far away is she?
She is from you. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. I think I believe I said that the room overall was like from one side to the other was about 60 feet.
Or did I say within 30? Range. She's way within range.
So I think it's longer. I think it's 30 feet wide, and then the lengthwise is 60. And she's towards kind of the center of the room, so probably within around 30 feet.
So Kieran is fighting the imp, and she, she she perks up, and like you can't see her face, but she has like this really surprised look in her face, and she turns around, and then she just yells at whatever the hell is in the center of the room. She's like, "Oh no, the hell you don't!" And 3rd level moonbeam centered on her.
Nice. Doing my D4 roll. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture of it. And with Moonbeam, do I need to roll a save right now or at the start of their turn? I always forget how that works.
I don't think it's a save at all. I think, or maybe there is.
Yeah,
There is a
remember.
save involved.
I tried to display it in the VTT, but it started to roll dice, and the dice roll like garbage for me. I don't know why.
Well, you
But
don't
they
have to count
lag
that. You
so
can roll
bad.
your own dice.
That doesn't count.
Yeah.
No,
that's fine.
I know, but I mean, it's lagging my Behold roll.
Oh, okay.
My D&D Beyond. So they stop stupid rolling.
Let's see.
I believe Moonbeam is they make the save the first
Yeah.
time they enter it, and then
First
if
time they enter, and
they
then
start their turn in it.
start their turn.
Yeah,
It's,
I'm cool with that.
DC
Let's do that.
DC 15 con.
Got it.
And
They failed.
yes. So let's see. So rebeams for any creature interested in Gulf, make Constitution save. I don't know if she is, but a shape changer making its saving throw, they have disadvantage. So I don't know if she's a shape changer.
She is not.
Yeah, so she just takes full damage.
All right, do that damage. And I'll roll concentration check.
I'll get this. Yeah, that is a roll. I'll take that. I'll take that and a slice of cheese. Hell yeah. So that's a 8, a 7, and a 10. So that is
Damn.
25.
Damn, good damage. You see the moonbeam centers on her, and it's anyone in the beam, correct?
Correct. Anyway, it's it has 120 foot range, and it is a.
It's fine. I'm gonna roll for the swarm as well.
It has a 5 foot radius, so basically it's a 10 by 10.
Yeah, so that would get some of the swarm in there. Also, she rolled a nat 20 on her concentration check. So, unfortunately, even though you see that, you could hear just like screeching scream from the center of this swarming mass of imps. You could tell that the damage was done, but you also hear immediately after that scream almost turns into this infernal sounding chanting as it was almost interrupted, but then she just found the strength despite the pain to continue on. And the imps, actually with the natural 20 it wouldn't even be almost. She like was scream chanting through the pain. She's just nailing that. Let me roll for the swarm. The swarm also fails, so do you do a different damage roll, or is it the same for both?
Up to you. I normally do whatever the roll is, if it's everyone in the same roll, or if it's like I just bombard everyone in one shot. I do normally one roll.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It was 25. 25, thank you. got it. Alrighty. Welcome, Raiders! Ninja of the
2
Blue
raids.
and Ami Kari. Welcome, welcome, welcome! Happy to have you. So Kieran, is that it for your turn? Any movement you'd like to do, or
I
warning?
can't do any movement.
Yep,
Because the imp will take a swag at me.
that's what I was gonna warn you about.
yell. I'm gonna yell up again at Nita. Take that thing out.
You see her kind of nod of acknowledgement and kind of sights her aim.
I'm just like interposing my shield between me and the imp.
Got it. Cool. Crystal.
And who's down on hit points? Oh wait, no, is that an action or a bonus
It's
action? After I
if you're
engage
doing
it?
healing word, it would be bonus action.
No, the incense is going off right now.
Oh, gotcha. That.
So because I know I had to use an action to initiate it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember if it's a bonus action to.
I think it just lasts.
Oh, at the start of my turn, and any myself and any other friendly creatures near me regain 1d4 hit points. That's right. We never defined near me.
5 feet.
Okay.
Within 5 feet.
All right. So then I think it's just me. I don't think anyone else is close to me.
Or let me double check that actually. I
will take those hit points.
I have something on those stats. Let me double check that. I feel like it might be more. There it is. Chimera Collective items. Flail.
Oh, another raid. What the hell?
Oh, 10 feet. Sorry, 10 feet from you.
Oh, wow.
Welcome, Raiders. Renvi. Welcome. Thank you. Sorry, it's 10 feet. Kieran.
Okay.
I just double checked the stats on my card here.
So I know Crystal moved. I'm not exactly sure how far above me Nita is, but if she's close enough, she gets to roll a d4 for hit points.
She's not.
Down. Okay.
But I would say Crystal is probably close to you, prone on the ground. And I think that's the only one. The other two have moved further ahead.
All right. You can roll a d4, and that's how many hit points you get back.
Crystal can?
Yes.
Yep.
As you're in range.
As this wispy, sweet-smelling incense, you're just in range of.
Walks out of
Apparently
her.
just in range, I
mace.
get 1 hit point back.
Or flail, rather. Flail. So Crystal.
All I can do.
Fudge, you're on deck. What would you like to do, Crystal?
Okay, so I'm probably going to have to use half of my motion to stand up.
Yes, correct. As you are
Okay.
currently prone from the ground, rumbling and cracking.
Okay, so I will stand up, and my notes say that my blunderbuss is loaded to and ready to fire at the single figure that's floating, so that's what I'm going to do.
Floating figure. There is. You don't see the imp. The winged figure is floating a bit off the ground. That is correct. She is surrounded by a swarm of smaller imps, and then there is the creature that's engaged with Sybil and Cephas. So you're going to be shooting for the winged figure that has been chanting and is surrounded by imps, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go for it. Now, she does have cover, so this shot is going to be a little bit more difficult than usual.
Okay, does that put it at disadvantage?
No.
Or just a
it's just
higher
her
DC?
AC is higher.
Okay.
Because
alright.
the imps are basically offering protection.
Okay, so that is a 19 on the dice. And a +6 to hit, so
that
that's
hits.
a 25 to possibly hit.
Yeah, for sure. Well
And
done.
My blunderbuss is going to do 2d8 plus 3 damage. So, a 7 and a 6.
Nice.
So
Good
that's
damage.
13 and 3 is 16 damage.
Very nice.
And then my second attack, I will do the same thing. And that's probably going to be a miss. That's going to be an 11.
All right, 11 is a miss.
Okay, obviously I'm getting a little bit shaken with everything that's happening.
And you see that some of the figures, like the damage seems to be has gone through, and as you hear the figure is kind of made an impacting sound on the inside. Going to roll concentration. Passes. And some of the swarm also looks like it's fallen. Anything else you'd like to do?
That's everything.
All right. You got your 2 shot? That was your 2 shots, right? Yeah. The second one
Yes.
missed. Okay. So, Fudge and then some other things are going to be going, and Nita will be up after. Go ahead, Fudge.
So describe, is she like floating over a hole? Right
She's
now?
floating near the altar where the book is. She's like just in front of where the book is.
Is there a
Or
pathway
sorry,
for me?
she's like right behind. She's kind of maneuvered herself behind the book and is floated up in this ritual after the cultist kind of slit his throat. She's kind of drifted off away while you were dealing with getting away from the shaking in the ground.
Yeah. Is there a pathway for both me and Muffalo to make it to within melee, striking her?
There is. It is difficult terrain, so it's going to be, since we're theater of minding it, I'm going to have you do a dexterity save. You're not going to fall prone. It's just going to mean if you are able to kind of... let me think about this real quick. How do I want to deal with this?
Fudge is gonna need some sort of ranged weapon because she's in the moonbeam at the moment.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Well, the moonbeam,
But
the moonbeam is only 5 foot, right? So
10.
5 foot radius.
did you
Well,
put it square on her, or
I put it square on her, so she, like, so she's medium sized, right?
Yeah,
Kara?
she is, very tall
Yeah, so
for a medium-sized
So
creature.
so she's on one of the corners, so you'd have to attack her from the not corner.
gotcha? That's very unoptimal for Fudge and Muffalo. Just so you know, in the future. That's
you
fine.
have
though.
a spear, so
Yeah, no, it's the spear's still a 5 foot thing, so I
I
have
see.
a ranged weapon. But it to Muffalo, it will not necessarily be able to do anything.
that is true.
Um,
So I'm trying to figure out how I would like to play this, and I think what I'd like to do is have you do dexterity save, and then I'll let you know what happens.
Well, how far away is she from me?
She's within
Minus-
range. It just depends on if something is going to hinder you.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
go ahead.
Because
Because
Fudge only has 20.
You have to cross part of this crevice, and there's all these smaller hands grasping out, trying to grab, and there's a lot of loose rock and terrain. So I'd like to see how you're able to deal with that. So we do in acrobatics or athletics, I would say,
We'll
to
do
get
an
away
athletics.
from these grasping hands and this like terrain
Fudge.
that's trying to trip you up.
Fudge would be literally stomping his feet down as he walks through this. He wouldn't be trying to avoid hands. He'd be stepping on them. That is a 21.
And you do indeed.
Athletics.
You're able to leap over part of this crevice, stomping and crunching, and you hear these squeals of pain coming from these imp-like creatures. As you just crunch, 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 maneuvering over, and you are able to get within range. However, the moonbeam is potentially an issue. You might take some damage if you enter it.
That's fine. Where's the book at? Like, is it like right next to, like, in front of her? Is it in the beam, or is it?
It is on an altar. It is not in the beam at the moment. It's in front of her a little bit, open.
Can I do like a check just to see like if Fudge sees that as like a dangerous object to touch?
Sure. You give me an insight check or a religion check.
Neither are very
Or
good.
I would
Go with
say
insight.
Arcana could be used as well.
That's worse. I will go insight. 19 on the dice. That is 22.
Very good. For sure, this could be very cursed. Or it could be the key to ending everything right now. It is dangerous and powerful. That you know.
I am going to... It's just floating on the thing? Like,
no,
it's in the air?
It's on the altar. She is floating because she's got wings. She's flying right now, floating, kind of hovering above the ground, about 5 feet above the ground, and surrounded by a bunch of imps.
Sorry to make this difficult, but okay, so is the altar like next to the hole?
The cracks are kind of behind you and off to the side, and then the bigger portions, the bigger parts of the crevices, and then they spider web out across the floor. The altar currently has some spider webbed cracks, but no openings.
Okay, so my thought was to kick the altar over and just let the book fall into a hole, but that's not an option.
You can try. It would be it would be a difficult angle, but you can certainly try that.
Then let's do this. I want Muffalo to run over with me. I'm gonna get like, I know that he was like a little.
Give me athletics or acrobatics for Muffalo to see if he's hindered.
Let's see here. We will do.
Muffalo is his owlbear companion to his ranger character, for those who joined us recently.
This dice is doing good for me, so that's 23 athletics.
23 athletics. Yeah, easily enough. He also just leaps over, smashes on these imps' grasping hands, crunch, 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 leans down, grabs a few with his beak, kind of just gnaws at it, and then continues on. So he's not hindered by these creatures or by the terrain in general.
So what I'm ordering Muffalo to do is to help me shove this altar and knock over everything without touching the book. Just shove the altar over and try to get the book to just fling out towards either. I guess there isn't I'm not necessarily hoping it hits the hole, but at least get it away from the creature and go over towards the group in a sense. Like if there's a hole that direction, great. If not, as long as it goes in back towards the group, that's great.
And are you shoving this together with him? Like, are you giving him the help action, or is he giving you the help action, or is he just doing
it'd probably
it on his
be
own? And I will tell you, this is going to be a high strength DC, because this altar is hefty.
I think it would be like him assisting me in a sense, because I'm technically stronger than him. So
he can give you the help action, so you can roll this strength
with advantage.
Athletics check with advantage. You are going to want a let me see what to add. All right. You're going to want to be an 18.
An 18? Okay. Here we go. Okay, I got a 14 plus 7. Oh, so 21 again.
Wonderful.
I rolled a 1 on my other one, so that was close.
Buffalo came in handy. So as you go to shove this, your foot, back foot slides on some of this blood that's coating this marble cracked floor, And Muffalo, however, is right behind you and pushes you forward and then grunts and shoves his shoulder into it. And together, you guys are able to push over this altar. And the book does go and start sliding. And I'm going to need a luck check. I'm going to take I'm going to use Brennan Lee Mulligan thing. We're going to do a luck check. So let's say you need above, let's say just a straight D20. You're not going to add anything to it. 11 through 20, the book goes into one of these crevices. 10 and below, it's just slides across the floor.
Okay.
Special
Those
things,
are both out.
special things happen with a nat 20 or a natural 1.
Okay. So all I want is not a 1, and I'm happy with the outcome.
Definitely don't want a 1.
That's a 2.
Okay. It's not a 1.
It's not a 1. It's not a 1.
So you shove the altar over and it falls. However, the book just kind of floats down with the altar. It doesn't even topple over onto the floor. It just kind of, there's a lip on the altar, and even though you shoved it over, it just wasn't quite enough force to get this book is rather hefty itself. And it appears like maybe it's been kind of stuck on the altar a while. Maybe it had blood on it or something, but something is making it kind of stick on the altar. So it's just not going anywhere, unfortunately, but it was a good idea. I will say that has a chance of distracting the figure, however, because you're messing with something very important to them. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to set a DC in my head. It'll be a little bit higher than a normal like attack or anything like that, but all right. So I'm going to say if what do I want to do? If I roll a 7 or below, then I'd say that is enough to distract her. Rolled an 8. Was worth a shot. Because I was going to say it's not a huge distraction, but it's enough to kind of potentially jolt her.
Okay, so at that point, Fudge and Muffalo are just going to turn towards that creature, putting me between it and the book, and just shield up, spear out, ready to hit that thing if it comes anywhere.
Got it.
There.
Nice.
I just want to mention too, I do have Hunter's Mark on that creature.
Got it.
So just as I had that from last time.
Okay.
But that'll be it for us.
Thanks for the reminder on that. So next up is the large creature that is engaged with Sybil and Cephas, and we're gonna see who it wants to attack. Let's see here. All right, so tongue attack is coming for Cephas. It fails. You kind of just either dodge out of the way, or Sybil gets its attention, but the tongue kind of whips around but doesn't hit its mark there. And then it's going to lash out with its claws towards Sybil.
Just a reminder, I am prone right now from the earthquake thingy.
Thank you.
If
I'm
it's
going to roll with
melee,
advantage.
Yeah.
Were you prone,
I don't want to...
Cephas? I think, yeah, you said
Nope,
you
I
made
was
your
not.
save.
I don't make dex saves, just not what this character does. So
Okay. That is going to hit you. It's above 20. So
yeah.
You will take.
I mean, it has to be above 20 to hit me, but yeah.
Fair. You've got a really good AC right now.
Yeah.
Uh, 14 points of slashing damage hits you as one of its claws gashes in and kind of pulls at your armored skin. That's it for this disgusting creature that has no eyes and no nose and is just mouth and tongue and armor.
You sure that's it? Doesn't want to do more? Come on.
Yeah, no, it's like, I'm good with that. It was sad my tongue attack didn't work, but whatever.
Did I brain fart and not see Nettie's go?
Nita is actually going right now.
Yeah, she goes after the
She goes after this
lumpy
creature.
figure.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I have it written down as lumpy figure.
Lumpy figure. Of course, I don't
also
have
have
her.
it written down as lump.
Do you?
Should be official description
should be
now.
at least lump with teeth or something cool, like.
I have a dash bear like on after it, but yeah, lumpy figure.
Trying to see what she had going. She used, that. So she is going to attempt another witch bolt towards this figure in the center. So, and her flavor-wise, she uses her arcane focus is her rifle, and so you see she kind of clicks something on her rifle, and this blue kind of electricity pulses and then shoots out. And we'll see if she hits. Or wait, this is a save? Try to remember what this is. No, it's an attack, right? Yeah. Make an attack. Yep, spell attack. She just misses. Yeah, damn it. So you see the lightning kind of streak out, but it doesn't find its mark, unfortunately. And let me see if she's used... Just checking one thing to see if she can do a thing. No, she's already used her action surge. Okay. So that's off the table. So unfortunately, that was a very quick round from Nita. She is going to, however, move further into the room, kind of trying to position herself a little bit closer to where the action is happening on the other side of the room, near where Fudge is, and but she's still on the wall. I think she's going to go ahead and make her way across on the ceiling, and be kind of positioning herself a little bit closer to that action happening in the center. And that brings us to the imps, who are going to... One of them is going to fly forward, and the one who was in the center of the room is kind of harassing Fudge, is going to fly forward and harass Fudge again. With the nat 1, Muffalo bats it out of the fucking air.
Yeah. That's right.
And the other imp is going to go ahead and make an attack against Kieran.
Buffalo's like, snack.
Yeah.
And does a 13 hit you? No? Okay. So ineffectually, the imp kind of tries to scratch down at you. And it's...
I rebuff it with my shield.
Yeah. I really like the idea of smashing it against the wall again, but you have to wait for an attack for that. And that brings us to Seth with Sybil on deck.
Well, I kind of see everything going on in the area, but unfortunately, my arcana and my religion is just not anywhere near good enough to really process the urgency of interrupting this ritual.
Fair.
So I think I'm just gonna keep attacking the lumpy tongue creature in front of me.
Okay.
I've still got my concentration on vampiric touch going, so I'm just gonna try and plunge those claws into it one more time. Oh, it was so close to a nat 20. I want a crit on a spell
Aw.
attack. They're always so good.
That would be so cool.
But that will be a 26 to hit.
Definitely hits it. Roll that damage. It's a beefy boy.
Decent damage. That's going to be 13 necrotic damage.
Nice.
And I do not really have any bonus actions at the moment, so I will just stand my ground.
Okay. It's looking pretty hurt. As you see, it's like fleshy parts showing through the armor is bleeding profusely from multiple attacks. Some of his teeth have been broken. And that brings us to Sybil.
Correct
You're
me if
muted.
I'm wrong.
There you are. You're
Correct
good.
me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is Kieran did call out something about towards the monster in her turn. The flying one. About
Yeah.
not doing
Yeah,
something.
she said,
Yeah,
"Oh no, you don't,"
She
or
said,
something.
"Oh
along
no,
those
you
lines.
don't."
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's kind of
it
alerted
wasn't
something. She's paid attention to something.
Yeah.
Would you say that's enough for you to realize there's something more important going on in the battle, or would you like to make a particular
it would
roll?
Draw my attention, but I feel like I'd still need to make a roll to understand what drew Kieran's attention.
Sure. The best chances obviously would be if you have proficiency in religion or arcana. However,
I have religion.
if you have religion, okay, you
I
can
have
roll
religion.
that. Or I would say, since you're paying specifically saying that you've noted Kieran has said that, I would say that insight would be a possibility as well, just a higher DC.
I'm more go ahead and just roll religion to see if I can understand what's happening.
Okay.
That's a 16.
16. You cued in by Kieran taking a look and considering what's happening and hearing the chanting, you pretty quickly get clued in that an important ritual is happening, and that
Okay.
and you know that rituals sometimes take a while. As you've seen, Kieran's done some that have lasted, 10 minutes or so or whatnot, and you know that sometimes they take an indeterminate amount of time, and if they are interrupted, they often have to start over.
Okay.
You know that much.
So with knowing that, I'm going to expend my last spell slot to look over at this creature, the one that's chanting.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast command on it.
All right, nice.
So I need a wisdom save. Please.
Got it.
I'm really hoping it's a trash roll.
Is post command in the for me real quick? I just need to check something.
Let me just copy and paste it. And you want it in roll 20?
Yeah.
Or okay, yeah. Give me just a second to copy and paste
Or
it
you could
because I don't
just-
have it linked.
Oh, that's fine. You could just tell me then. Is it a charm effect?
It's enchantment.
Okay.
It's an enchantment spell. So no, it's not a charm effect.
Okay.
I don't think. Let me post it just to make sure you read it the same way I do.
That's fine.
Because I'd rather the spell type is listed as enchantment, so
I don't think it applies the charm thing on it. I
Yeah.
think it's just
yeah.
it's just an effect that happens to them
Yeah.
if they fail.
Alrighty. That's all I wanted to check. All right. They got wisdom save. They've got
Yes,
a really
please.
good wisdom. They got a 19.
Yeah, they're gonna save, so it doesn't do anything.
Very good wisdom. That's one of their strongest.
It was a long shot
Yeah.
for me, so I don't have high DCs.
Those dark clerics.
Yep.
Slash
We don't know about
whatever.
them at all. We don't have one in the Into the Wildlands game. No. So the second thing as my bonus action, I'd rather do this when the whole team needs it, but I'm going to do it now. So I'm going to go ahead and use my Channel Divinity. Figure out where I marked that off for a second. But essentially, a bunch of kind of golden light is building up into my shield, almost like a bubble, and then it bursts out. And in a 30-foot range, anyone who's below half HP will take some healing.
Okay, nice.
But you have to be below half HP. That's the requirement. Well, that's actually pretty good. So that's going to be 6 HP.
Does anyone meet that requirement right now? I feel
Other
like
than
most
myself?
of you are doing pretty good. Yeah.
I know. I needed it, so y'all are getting it in case, just in case. I wanted to hold it, but I am not looking great. And then I'm going to... Well, I should have mentioned at the beginning. I imagine I stood up. I'm not really moving because I'm right engaged with this other creature, but I stood up. So...
Standing
Yeah.
up is good. That's fine.
Yeah.
But you're staying put where you are at? Okay.
Yeah.
All
Don't
right.
really want to disengage this thing and leave Sethus by themselves.
Got it. That brings us back to the top of the round. And she's busy, those winged figures obviously really concentrating on their spell right now.
Start of her turn, she gets a blast.
All right. Let me go ahead and roll that saving throw. Fails. This could be key right now. You don't know what I rolled on this D4. You can't see what they look like, so you're not sure if they're looking rough or not.
Oh, it's not great, but it's okay. 8 and 9, 17.
17 points of damage? Okay. Alright, and I'm going to roll for the imps as well. They're kind of attached to her, so they don't really do anything, but they're on her. Does a 15 save?
Yes,
Okay.
that's my DC.
So they'll take half damage?
Correct.
And you said it was 15, so they're going to take 8?
No, the damage is 17.
Oh, the damage was 17, sorry. Add. Yeah, no, I minus the right amount. Okay, and then... So that would be like 8 points damage, I think? Or 9? I think 8.
8.
Yeah.
Usually you round down for damage and stuff. So
Yeah. 8 points to the swarm. Swarm is looking much thinner than it was before. Much, much thinner. As you see a bunch of dead, as this moonbeam kind of flares up with this radiant damage, and several of these imps just fall like flies getting zapped. This and I'm gonna do a concentration check. So let's see how this does. This could be key. 17 points of damage. They failed.
Oh.
I can't
Bro.
tell you how fucking clutch that was. Oh, that's hilarious. You know what? I'm gonna post the picture on our Discord right now so you guys can see how many rounds. It's at the top of this. Let's see. I'll put it. Where should I put it? OOC? Where can people see it?
OOC or in the Chimera Collective channel.
Oh, can our audience see it there too?
No.
No, they can't see it there.
All right. I'm going to put a mysterious post in the OOC channel then. So yeah, there was
Just random dice picture, it's fine.
just random dice picture.
Oh.
Oh.
That's all he had.
They must have rolled terrible on that con save.
They rolled
Yeah.
epically bad.
Did they roll a 1?
Close.
Close. Okay.
So I think it's was 17 damage. It's half of that, right? for?
Yeah, the DC for concentration is 10 or half the damage taken, whichever's higher.
Yeah. So they
But
got
17, they'd have to roll 10 or higher.
yeah, they got a 4. So that was not great for them. Well done. So the ritual is interrupted. You see her kind of like screech and scream loud and long, and her wings falter as she kind of falls to the ground for a moment. Not prone, but just is on the ground, kind of like breathing heavily, trying to collect herself as the act of interrupting this ritual has taken something out of her as well. It's holding all that power together and building it up, and then suddenly having it, interrupted and ripped away, brought her to the ground. I'll actually roll and see if she's prone. Let's see, because this is a lot for her. Yeah, she does fall to her knees. We'll consider her prone.
Nice.
So that brings us to it's still her turn. That was just all fucking brutally happened because of the moonbeam at the start of her turn. So now that the ritual is interrupted, she's pretty pissed about that.
I can't imagine she wouldn't be.
I've done my job. If you want to blast me, go right ahead. I know it's coming.
The question is how many of us can she catch in the crossfire?
Not too much.
I mean, if she's at least part cleric, she can have some pretty nasty spells on her.
Yeah,
So-
I'm just envisioning like a blight heading my way right now.
You see her, can I do that? Okay. You see her kind of like, she just knows where this came from. Like, a cleric to cleric knows what the fuck's up, right? So she's going to kind of part the imps for a moment and just eyes just lock onto you. And she kind of like mutters something angrily and claws and grips her fist, causing blood to kind of drip down her hand. And you suddenly feel like something is beside you. And glancing behind you, you see a duplicate figure of the winged figure right behind you. And it reaches out, grasps, trying to grasp for your throat.
Did she just try and phantasmal killer me?
No. Something else.
Speaking of
That would have been
Some
cool,
sort
though.
maybe casting through a duplicate for a touch spell. There's lots of options there.
There's lots of options, yeah. All right,
Really
so
cool looking spiritual weapon.
Yeah, that'd be a cool flavor for a spiritual weapon. I just duplicate
I'm
myself.
just gonna duplicate myself, yeah.
It's me. I'm the weapon.
All right, so this is gonna be a spell attack.
Okay.
So that's a 22 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
All right. All right. You're going to take as the creature this second figure of this winged, only it's a little bit more shadowy, but grips around your throat, and you feel this dark necrotic energy pulse into your body as you take 25 points of necrotic.
Jeebus. Ow. Ow.
That's it for her for now. but the ritual seems to have stopped. You notice that there's been a steady kind of rumbling and vibrations in the floor this whole time since she started, since it cracked open, and that rumbling and vibration has ceased. And you see this roar as this large hand, it was about to open further, and this large clawed hand roars in frustration as it can't quite get out.
The moonbeam ends when she does that.
Okay.
And
noted.
Kieran like just looks not well at all.
That was some pretty hot cleric on cleric action, if I have to say so. That was pretty sick. Pretty sick moment there. Okay, so
Crazy.
Moving on from this figure, Kieran, it is your turn.
Is the doppelganger thingy still in front of me?
It is, yes. Well, it's behind you, but you can turn around and... Well, it actually... Yeah, no, it started out behind you and then it got in front of you to do that attack. So it is in front of you now, yes.
It's persistent. Yay. Yeah, I am. Let's see, it's a save for half.
This close to it, you see like this black ichor kind of just bleeding from its eyes, but it's yet hauntingly beautiful, but grotesque at the same time.
Be natural.
All right, so at the start of my turn, I'm going to take my D4 hit points.
Ain't natural.
Ain't natural.
Hey, I need that 4 really bad. Thank you very much. I needed that 4. Okay. So I'm like a little bit fearful, so I'm going to cast Spirit Guardians. So, yep. So let's see. Hold on. So this like starfield pulses out from Kieran at a 15-foot radius, and when I was casting, I basically picked everyone in the party to not get hit by this. So it looks like, like you ever see like one of those little those room planetarium things you have that do the constellations for you.
Yeah.
Well, the constellations are all like little pseudo dragons and little wolves and like little like moonbeams and like little crescent moons, and they
Awesome.
peel off like from the actual dome, their constellations, and they just start floating around me.
I love that. That is a beautiful spiritual guardian description. Very nice. Love it. All right. So, spiritual guardians, when it comes up, there is an imp in its field right now. What is happening to this imp?
It needs to make a DC 15 wisdom save.
And does it happen on its turn or right now? Since
it's like the moonbeam, first round
Got
in
it.
and anyone that starts their turn in it.
All right. And you said concentration or constitution?
No, this is wisdom.
Wisdom. Sorry, my brain doesn't want to work today. Yeah, that's a nat 1, so it fails.
Yay!
Little imp.
Less damage, but wider range. So I got my D8s.
I got impotent imps.
So let's see. That is going to be 10 points total of radiant damage.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, necrotic damage because the imp is evil. Oh, if I am good. Okay, so it is radiant damage. Okay, sorry, I misread it.
No worries.
And as a so that's my last 3rd level slot, so I'm out of those. I am out of seconds. Blah, 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 blah. Oh God, it's not even worth to do the D4 plus 4. I can't do another concentration. Only thing I can do is yeah. I am a little bit screwed. I'm gonna use my bonus action to do healing word on myself
Okay.
because I cannot take another one of those necrotic hits. So
Was
heck
pretty
yeah, I'll
beefy.
take that. It's max damage. No, not damage, but max heal. I'll take it. So that's 8.
Very nice.
Alrighty, and the imp is still around. This thing is next to me, so I can't move, so that's all I can do.
Oh, I realized I could have done something worse to you, but I didn't.
I figured if she I was waiting for like a blight or like something worse.
Not quite. Pretty bad, but not quite. All right.
Oh yeah.
So that brings us to Crystal with Fudge on deck.
Okay. I do not believe that I have used any of my grit points. So I am going to use one of them on my first attack, which will allow me to use my ability called Deadeye Shot, which is going to give me advantage
Very nice.
on that roll.
You also get D4 hit points.
And are you aiming for the winged figure? She is now
Yes.
prone, which means that you would normally be firing at disadvantage for a prone figure, so it's a straight roll.
Oh, okay. Well, that works, I guess.
Yeah, sorry. It's great if you're fighting
Okay,
melee,
and-
not so great for ranged when someone's prone.
Okay, and then I'm not seeing the part that I get an additional 1d4. I'm sorry.
No, because you're within 10 feet of me, and my incense is flowing.
Oh, that's where it's coming from. Okay, so I will use my blunderbuss once again here, and that will be okay.
That's healing to you, not damage to your shot.
Yeah, that's healing.
Oh,
Only.
healing to me. I'm sorry. So I'm going to get another 1d4 healing.
Yes.
Yep, as
So
long
do
as
I
you're
take
in the.
that now?
Yep, start of your turn. As long as you're
Okay,
within
all
10
right.
feet of me.
So another 2. Okay, I'll make a note of that here.
Gillytam, I see your mouth moving and nothing coming out.
She was pretty good because sometimes that's all it takes to keep you up.
Oh, for sure. Like every little bit is a
Yeah.
good bit.
Okay, all right. A horrible feeling one of my kittens walked off with one of my dice here. Okay, that's not very good. It's really too bad it's flat. So that's going to be a 17.
17 would have been good had these imp swarm not be giving her some cover. So, unfortunately, it's gonna kind of get blocked by some of the imps in this swarm and not go through.
Okay, do they hit them since it's the blunderbuss?
It's their AC. Well, you were aiming at her. The swarm is a little funky, but I'll go ahead and take off a little bit of damage for kind of missing them being used. This is flavor. I'm just gonna take some off for flavor wise. Mechanically, no, but why not? So you see a couple of the swarm go down. Go ahead and take a few points off of the swarm's health.
Okay, and she's still down.
She is prone. Yes.
So I'm going to use my second grit point
Okay.
because that will at least mean I'm not rolling at disadvantage. I think what
Yep.
am I saving them for at this point? Okay. No, I miss.
Darn it! I wanted this for you. I did. I wanted this for you.
It's a 3, so it's only going to be a total of 9.
That's rough. Yeah. And with that, the shot just goes wide completely.
Okay. And then now I was also trying to see in terms of weapon choices. I've only got 1 bullet left now after this round for my blunderbuss.
Okay.
So I'm going to switch weapons.
Okay.
So if I do that, can that be sort of part of my turn so that I would have picked up my widow for the next turn?
Yeah. I believe that. I think you have a feat or something that allows you, or maybe it's just D&D 5e that allows this. But you can just drop. Yeah, you can just drop that weapon and
Okay.
equip.
So I'll drop the
widow.
blunderbuss and I'll pick up my widow for my next turn.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
You could have the widow ready already. It's just a drop and so you're good. You're good.
It'll
to go.
be a bit of a drop in sort of disgust, and I'll shake my head.
Okay. I mean, it's rough. This is a tough battle. It was a tough shot, and you knew it. She is prone on the floor, surrounded by creatures that are giving it cover. That was a very tough shot, but it was, worth trying. So Crystal shouldn't feel too bad about herself. That was an insanely hard shot. Would have been badass if she got it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Crystal will have her
Nice
time.
to have gotten at least one of the two.
She'll have her time. Fudge, you are up, and then it'll be monster time, and then Nita.
Fudge now.
And the moonbeam is gone, so Fudge can do all his fudgy goodness.
Yep, and she
That's
is
what he-
currently
I was-
prone and close to you.
You guys keep talking over me, but I was gonna say Fudge is stupid excited the moonbeam is down, and that she's just laying on the floor ready to get pounced on. So that's what Fudge and Muffalo are gonna do. They're just charging straight in, ignoring everything else, and we're just gonna unload.
Okay.
So Fudge will go first. Does anything happen when he walks in next to her? Or?
When you walk into next to her within 5 feet of the swarm, you'll take 2 points of piercing damage from some of the imps kind of slashing at you as you get in
That's
close.
That's totally fine.
Very low.
All right. So attacking with my spear. Not great actually. This is a 16 to hit.
16 does
She don't have
With
cover
her
from
current-
this. I'm right next to her.
yeah, that's true. It was more of a ranged attack thing that she gets the AC boost, but her normal AC is still strong enough to defeat a 16, unfortunately.
Well, doubling up.
You got close, but she kind of at the last minute pushes it aside.
That is a 18 this time.
That hits.
Cool. So it's, I think Hunter's Mark does 1d6.
I think
Yeah,
it's
1d6.
a D6.
Yeah, it's a d6. So I roll. Yeah. So they take 12 points of piercing damage.
12 points piercing? Ouch.
Yes. And then Muffalo is going to charge in
Okay.
and do his attack.
All right.
We'll pounce him. Yeah. That is, he rolled 19 on dice, and that's like a 24 or 5
Okay.
for him.
That definitely hits.
Okay. And he will do. So he did it. Was there, just to be clear, was there like 20 feet of space between Muffalo and her.
Muffalo was
started?
pretty close because you both were pushing over the altar, and the altar was right in front of her, probably just outside 10 feet. So.
Well, so would there be enough space for him to back up and then run straight forward 20 feet with
He has enough
40 feet of
movement to manage that. However, he'll have to give me an athletics or acrobatics check, as there's still a lot of debris and there's things grasping.
We'll just it's fine. I don't want him to do anything too crazy.
But if all you're doing is just closing the distance, you guys were very close to her already, so.
I was wanting him to do his charge attack, which would do a little extra damage on top of this.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, for a normal attack, you could close the distance easy. If he wants to back up and then run, that's going to involve a check, because you're going into that more difficult side of the terrain.
That's another 7 points of slashing damage.
So, how does Muffalo want to do this?
Oh, okay. So he's just gonna stomp up, kind of shove me off to the side, so I get bopped over a little bit, and he's just gonna put his beak down onto the neck of this creature, and then take his paw and just like scratch down his back and just kind of try to rip the back of the neck off of the character.
All right.
And just kind of like spit it out, and he looks glorious, like his feathers are flared out, and there's just blood squirting out from where his beak and where the creature, whatever, just gloriousness.
Oh,
a slow-mo Fabio thing, but with blood.
Yeah.
And
Yes, exactly.
With feathers. It's like Fabio.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And you feel like this figure and the glowing amulet starts to dim and fade, and the you see the red light and the hands grasping also start to kind of recede and fade.
Nice.
However, you do currently still have a few enemies still left on the field.
That's before that's the end of my
and
turn.
There's a huddle of bodies. Fudge, you're closest to the huddle of bodies, towards the back.
Okay. There's all right, say that again. Sorry.
There's a huddle of bodies sort of behind you, up against the far wall. You're the closest to that group. It's unclear to you if there's anything alive over there. That is where the cultist initially rose up from. You know that there is it appears to be people like huddling down, but there's a lot of blood and stuff, and in this moment of battle they appear to be fairly still. You'd have to get closer to see if anything's going on over there.
Okay, Fudge is just making mental note of that, but is not totally concerned about that this current moment.
That's fair. Just wanted to describe that to you since you were closest to that other key feature on the side of the room. So that brings us to the gross big tongue mouth lump, as you guys like to call it. And Lump is going to do its usual attacks. This time it's going to try for a tongue attack on Sybil. That is going to be a 21 to hit.
Yep, that will hit.
Ouch. Double ouch.
What's the number?
That is going to be 26 piercing damage.
Whoa.
Well, I had 16 HP left, so.
And it also automatically grapples you since you're out. Yeah. You can't fight that. So it whips its tongue around you and around your neck, and everything kind of twists. And you see at one moment, it kind of just like grip and serrades, cuts you in multiple places, and Sybil just goes limp. And this wrapped tongue just kind of pulls her in closer. And then it's going to make a claw attack towards Cephas. probably not going to hit. Does a 16?
16 does, yep.
Oh, okay. Even in your form, your current form?
Yep.
Okay.
At the end of the day, I'm still just a warlock.
I thought maybe your current form beefed you up a little bit, but
It gives me some other neat things, like no creature within 30 feet of me can make an attack with advantage against me.
that's good.
But my AC stays the same.
That's going to be 15 points of slashing damage.
Being squishy spellcasters.
Concentration check here. Oh yeah, that's fine. It's a 18 on the con check.
Okay. Well done. That's it for this creature as it slowly pulls Sybil in towards its mouth.
What?
Nita.
Sarah has it out for my characters in this game.
I'm so sorry. I don't mean to. It just happens.
I'm just pointing it out. I think it's funny.
Oh my goodness. All right, Nita, you gotta do something better. You've been doing jack shit this whole battle.
Well, Nita's been here this battle? Huh.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
She's got cool shit she can do, but hasn't done it. She looks down at the book, and then she looks back over at the battle. And I'm gonna say she has a bit of a moment, so I'm going to do a roll.
She has to have a good vantage point of what's going on.
And her eyes linger on the book, but then she kind of shakes her head and aims her rifle up and towards the creature that has Sybil wrapped up in its tongue. And this sort of this green, like she flips another switch, and this sort of like green vial, glowing vial, almost like nuclear type, like green, like a neon color liquid pops up and slides into the barrel, the chamber, as if it's a bullet, and she fires, and let's see if it hits. Please hit. Please. Oh yes, thank you. 18 on the die plus her spell attack modifier easily hits this creature. All right. Okay, not bad. Okay. Ooh, this thing is looking very, very rough. I don't think it's down yet, though. It's very close. It's looking very bloodied and wounded. Right. As you see this green like shot energy kind of shoots out of the rifle and hits and splatters all over this creature as it sizzles and burns into this creature's skin, and it kind of wails. And she's going to she drops Spider Climb and falls, and reaction casts Featherfall. Kind of floats to the ground and kind of looks over at the creature on the ground, like just taking aim with her rifle, not trusting that it's dead, even though it looks pretty messed up by the owlbear. And that's it for her. And that brings us to still have that imp up. The imp is going to take a swing at Kieran. It's very very determined.
It's trying its best.
It got a nat 20. Nat 20 for the imp.
Well, wait,
The imp is literally trying its best.
No. At the start of his turn, I need a wisdom save.
Oh yeah, that could. Okay, so then should we just count this nat 20 as its wisdom save?
I'd rather not, because if it dies before it gets to roll that nat 20, then it'll all's well.
Then we're gonna keep it as its potential attack. Then I gave a chance for that. Okay, it failed.
Yes. I think I can survive the damage from the imp.
Oh, I got so excited. I got so excited for
If I
Imp.
could kill it before it actually attacks me.
Got so excited for Imp.
Yes, that's really good damage. That is 16 total.
Is the imp still up? is the question.
No.
Aw. I'm excited for Mr. Imp. He
So,
finally did something.
what did you do to it? Is he splatted on the wall with the other one?
No, one of the wolf constellations like jumps on it while it's in the air and like just tears its throat out.
Nice. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, and you see that this imp had its like stinger up and it was about to get you just center mass, no choice. And in that last split second, yeah, Spiritual Guardian swooped in there and got it. Very cool. Very cool. That is it for Imp. Imp is, I'm just gonna cross him off. He did ski. Seth with Sybil. Well, Sybil's gonna have to make a death saving throw, but Seth is up first.
This vampiric touch has been working well for me so far, so I'm gonna keep doing it.
All right.
That is gonna be a 23 to hit.
That hits. Roll damage. It's looking real rough.
Ooh, and that is good damage too. That is going to be 13 necrotic damage.
Okay. Is that enough? So close. You see it's like barely hanging on. It kind of shifts its weight and it's having a hard time. Its tongue lolls to the ground with Sybil wrapped up into it as it's losing its strength from these multiple wounds across its body. It's just draining strength from the blows that Sybil has taken to it, as well as you just directly siphoning its energy out of it. It's just having a hard time keeping itself up as you're just sucking this energy and life force out of this creature so rapidly. Very cool. Anything else?
I don't think so. Although I'm this is gonna have to be a DM call.
Okay.
I do have a bonus action left.
Okay.
And I do have 2-weapon fighting. 2-weapon fighting requires that you make an attack action in order to make a bonus action attack. Does making a melee spell attack count as an attack action in your ruling?
Yeah, I would say so. Let's do that.
Okay, so then I can use my bonus action to attack it. And in that case, I will...
And this is, I might not make this ruling in the future, but for now, for Rule of Cool, since you've got this thing like super weakened and it's like at your mercy, you just saw one of your companions fall. I feel like you would have a moment of strength and like fury at this moment to try to get it done. So I'd have to do a little bit more research to see if we want to rule that going forward. But in this moment, yes.
Okay. This probably has a really low chance of hitting because I have no modifiers to this roll.
Gotcha.
So it's just a straight D20, but we'll give it our best shot here.
You want a 16 or higher?
I rolled a 17.
Nice. Woo. Nice. That hits. Roll that damage. Can you do at least 4 points of damage?
That's the question.
I would have to roll max on a D4.
Oh, shit. Okay. Here we go.
I deal 3 points of damage.
Oh!
It's only that last point.
Oh, we tried. That was so close. Yeah, this thing is almost collapsing on itself, but it's just rage is fueling it somehow, and it's locked itself in place and is just barely hanging on.
You know what? That's fine. The longer it lives, the more health I get back.
So
Damn you.
we'll see if it lasts much longer from here. It's got literally 1 point left to
I mean,
its
that's
life.
strategy.
I don't think it has any cool things it can do right now. Yep, nope, none of these have been helpful. Yep. Alright, so that brings us to Sybil. Go ahead and give us that death save, please. Do not roll a 1.
You say that every time, and then every time it's only your games I roll the ones. Fuck you! You jinxed it!
What? No! No way! No
You
way!
freaking jinxed
No way!
it.
It's a 1! No!
It is a 1!
No! Why does
You
this
jinxed
happen?
it!
You need to create
jinxed it.
halfling. You need to create halfling
Yes.
characters from here on out for her games.
Only for her games.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And no joke, another player in one of my other campaigns, like, he was gonna survive. Like, someone was gonna heal him, like, the next turn. And as long as he didn't roll a nat 1, his character would not have died. And his character rolled a nat 1, and he died.
Mhm.
That's on our pre-screens in my Icewind campaign. That was...
Yep.
Felt so bad.
You
So
had to
you
go and
just
jinx
lost,
that.
you just lost 2 death saves.
Yep. Yep.
All right. At least you hadn't rolled that after failing the first one. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, that was just the other character in your game.
Yeah. Oh dear. Okay. All right. That brings us on to... That person's down. I'm going to roll something. Okay. Kieran.
Oh, okay. I thought Crazy Lady was gonna go.
She's down. Buffalo ate her.
Oh, that's right.
Well,
Oh, is the copycat still there?
You look and it's not there.
I was so concerned about looking up what to do to not die from that thing on its next attack.
It would have been worse. The next attack was going to be worse.
I was like, I'm going through all my spells. I'm like, what can I do to not get wrecked?
But luckily, you guys played it smart and focused on the target.
Oh, great. So then,
Hi, kitty.
so how far am I from like the maw thing, the lick-a-tongue?
The lump?
I would say it's probably about 15 feet in front of you. Pretty close.
And there's no enemies between me and that thing.
Nope.
Only the weird, like, weird floor stuff.
That is actually further into the center of the room. That's why you guys haven't had to roll on that, because that's a little further into the room. Right where you guys are at, it kind of is spiderwebbed a little bit, but nothing to the point of making it terribly difficult for you.
Don't want to waste this. Someone's gonna kill it. I just need to keep her alive. I'm going to
Yes, please.
bonus action healing word.
Because Kiara
Sybil.
tries to kill all my characters.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to do so. I
It's
just
okay.
try to create a challenge for you guys, and it's difficult because you guys are so freaking awesome. So
Clearly.
Okay. Cool. Well, I rolled max. So you get 8 points of healing back.
nice.
Awesome.
So this die likes you. And as an action, so the bonus action, as an action. Oh, as an action, I will cantrip Toll the Dead. I need a DC 15 Wisdom save. If it fails, it dies. Doesn't matter, because
It got a nat 1.
it's dead.
It's dead.
Wants to pay back for the nat one you cursed on me.
Oh wait, what is it? It has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects.
Uh-oh. Crap.
It still fails.
Yay!
So yeah, that thing kind of just starts to sizzle up and shrivel from all of its energy just being taken away and then burned off with this holy energy combination of these things, and kind of oozes into this bubbling mass left behind, and Sybil's form limp on the ground.
And then I am going to move forward.
And I believe we're out of initiative now. So
Oh, right. Everything's dead?
we are, as far as you know, you guys are out of initiative.
I'd like to wiggle out from the tongue, please.
So Karen, like is battered and bruised, and she like looks as the thing shrivels, and she doesn't see anything else. She's like, "Did we win?"
As Fudge is stabbing the back of the head of this creature with his spear, looking at the bodies or huddle of bodies, whatever, and he's gonna start walking towards. He's gonna just yell back, "I think so!" As you hear like the crunchy noise of the creature's head, kind of obviously getting a little more crushed.
And Anita kind of like winces each time you do that, and like, look.
It ain't natural.
Ain't natural.
And I am going to go over and investigate these bodies.
Okay.
Very alert. You know, if anything moves, it may get stabbed.
All right.
So I have 8 rounds of incense left on my flail.
Okay.
So if anyone is down, you just gotta be within 10 feet of me, and you get to roll.
You're like, everyone huddle in, huddle in.
Fudge,
Just come stand over Sybil for a little bit.
Fudge and Muffalo would like the healing, but he's more concerned about these other bodies.
So as this goes by rapidly, those of you who are close to would say that you would go in for the huddle. Go ahead and heal. Roll, what is it, 8d4?
8d4.
Yeah, roll 8d4. Fudge, go ahead and give me I'd say, investigation.
Okay.
Unless you're looking for something in particular in this mass of bodies, or you're just kind of like trying to assess.
It's more of like, it's just to assess, like, is there anything alive in this thing?
Okay, that would be more of like a medical check, I would say.
Okay.
Or apply my last 5 lay on hands onto myself.
Not
Do
great.
I need to be proficient to assist him?
No, you want to go over there and help him out? You can do that.
I'm close enough to max hit points that I think I would probably go over and help.
Okay, so you're gonna,
sort of
not
put
get the healing. Instead, you head towards Fudge, worried about what's going on over there.
Yeah, and
Okay.
probably what I would do is I would just, put my widow away and take out my rapier.
Okay,
At that
got
point.
it. So go ahead and roll with advantage.
Okay, I definitely needed it. I definitely needed it because I rolled a 4 on the first dice. And that's not much better, but we'll see what happens. It's just a 10.
From what you can tell, there's a massive tangled pile of bodies. Some of them have been torn apart, but there are several that look intact. Various forms of decay, and that's kind of what you're seeing.
Are they wearing things similar to what the cultist was wearing?
That will take an investigation check, and if Crystal wants to help you with that, if you want to tell her what you're looking for, then she can.
I'll just say, I'll be like, Crystal, I'm just looking for whatever, if anything's alive over here, or piece together what that cultist was, because that's where that thing came from before it slit its throat, and it looked alive to me, but now I'm starting to guess everything.
Okay, I got your back. I got my rapier out.
Okay.
You have at it.
I'll just say Fudge isn't like a great investigator on that. Like, are you a slightly more investigative? I don't want to metagame it or anything like that.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that is a strong suit for Crystal.
Okay, I'll just roll again. We'll see it. We'll see what happens then. Oh, okay. A little better. Just a 15.
Okay. And
Now, if she was going to pickpocket them.
Grudes, if you're wondering why I posted a picture of a random D4 with the 2, that was how many rounds they had to avoid something very terrible coming into this world. So, which they did successfully. So with a 15, you do see the telltale robes of, like, it's tattered and in pieces, but you do, and they're kind of piled underneath other bodies, but you believe there's probably at least 2 bodies of figures that were at least wearing similar robes to the cultists. You'd have to, like, get in there a little bit, move things around more. I don't know. I'm assuming you're doing this based on just sight. If you want to say it's based on touch,
It's he might be using his spear to kind of move some things.
Okay.
Fudge is not physically touching anything with his own like hands. Like, he
Okay.
might be just it's not enough to, like, he's not going to move like an arm out of the way. He's just like, if he needs to like move some clothing out of the way to see like a little bit further in or
Sure.
something, he'll do that. But
then I would say when you catch sight of some of the robes on what you think might be a cultist, you kind of wiggle around, not wiggle around, but like move your weapon a little bit to kind of lift up some of the other bodies blocking that one and shift them aside, and you see that it has a slit across its neck.
Gotcha. Okay.
Older, more decayed.
I'll just tell Crystal's like, I think these ones here sacrificed themselves a little time ago.
You also see there's an array of different bodies there. Some are more youthful, some are women, some are elderly, men in various different forms of dress or attire.
I wonder if anyone was kidnapped and put into this. I guess they would have. Or dragged down here by hellhounds. Fudge is just gonna back away from there and then go plant his spear in the back of the spine of that creature just to make sure it's just, as he's walking by, just one more good crunchy noise is all he needs to hear.
Anita winces again, gets a far off look like she's remembering something horrible.
Why you gotta trigger PTSD, man?
Just making sure it's dead. I don't want to fight that thing again.
And we're going to pause here so we can take a break. I think we all need a little break after that long battle. So please stick with us, audience. We'll be back shortly. We're just going to take a quick break to stretch, use the restroom, get drinks, whatever we need to do. So we'll be right back. And thank you all for joining us today. I need to deafen. guys, and we are back. Hello. Making sure I can see. Okay, my mic's working. Desktop audio is working. You guys talk.
Can you hear us?
I can. Okay.
Wow.
I've checked all the boxes, hopefully.
We should have just sat there moving our mouths.
Oh, I would have
Not
been
making
so mad.
Didn't we do that to Rojan one time?
Oh my
Yes,
god.
we did.
You sure did.
All right. Fair. All right, so things have stilled in this chamber. You guys healed up a bit, and Fudge and Crystal have kind of investigated a pile of bodies off to the side. Anything else you guys would like to do?
Yeah. While I'm still shifted, I would like to make use of my enhanced perception to just do a general look around the room for
Awesome.
anything that is noteworthy of attention.
Give me a perception check first, then I might have you do a different check after.
21.
Give me an insight.
That is also a 21.
You could have sworn that you saw movement in that back corner where Fudge is earlier in the battle, but your senses are telling you that nothing is there. Nothing is stirring. But you know something was there.
Okay. I'm gonna, once everyone looks like they have received the healing that they're gonna get, I'm gonna wander over in that direction.
Mm-hmm. And continuing that perception roll, as you get closer, you're smelling, and you smell the air. There's like a hint of something less sulfurous, often like sort of the corner behind some of the bodies.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep my gaze fixed in that direction. By the time I get to where like Fudge is roughly, my shifted form and vampiric touch have probably both worn off.
Okay.
But I will, without saying anything, because I don't want to alert anything that may or may not be over there, I will just kind of poke Fudge on the shoulder to get his attention as I'm headed in that direction.
Oh yeah, you got my attention. I don't think I'm gonna turn around and look to where you're looking. I think I'm just gonna kind of like saunter in the area a little bit.
And then I'll just kind of start creeping around that area, looking around, following my nose if I can.
You have changed back, but I would say I'm gonna need. You're in the area where you know that something felt different, but at this point, I'm gonna need either another perception or specifically more of an investigation. You're trying to pinpoint what's going on, why there's like a different smell to this corner.
I'll go with the investigation. I'm proficient in that. That is a 19.
You approach the corner and you kind of following where you remembered the scent change, and you kind of start gently kind of running your hand over the wall, and you feel a groove that isn't, it's kind of hidden in this faded mural by this design, so it's hard to see, but when you touch it you can feel the edges of what feels like a small, almost like a door. But it's not a door, it's stone, but it's clearly different than the smoothness of the walls beside it. It's clearly hidden.
Okay. So I'll stay there, kind of with my hand on that area, and I'll look back over in I guess Fudge and Crystal are both there since they were
Yes.
helping each other.
Mhm.
I'll look back over at them. I've found something when we're ready to proceed.
What'd you find?
It feels like there may be a doorway here, but I am not entirely sure.
I'll walk over and how big is it?
Pretty
After he's pointed
small.
it out.
It's
Like-
like sort of. Give me like a history check or intelligence.
Man, you are just picking stuff that I'm not great at.
Doesn't mean you fail. Just gotta roll well.
Yeah, no, I've got it's a 0 on the dice regardless of what I do. So, or sorry, 0 modifier. So it's whatever is on the dice.
Yeah. Well, I have some information I'm just going to give you, but I'm wondering if I can give you more depending on what you get.
I think you will because I rolled a 19.
Okay. So you recall that like subterranean structures often have like a secondary entrance or air passageway that's built in, like with old ruins and temples and stuff like that. Oftentimes there will be like a vent that's created that's usually fairly small, like a very small person could maybe fit in it to get to the surface, but you imagine it's most likely was some sort of passage that was created maybe when this section was being built and then had been attempted to be closed up. But you can tell that the edges, it looks like with the help of Cephas, you guys both piece together that it looks like it's been disturbed a bit.
I'm gonna just place my hand on it and just push it. See if I can push it
Okay.
forward.
You push it, and it kind of, when you push on one side, it kind of shifts and moves open on the other.
Got any way to light it up in there?
Not without entering it myself.
When you say
do either
that,
of you have dark vision?
when you
Yes.
say that, Kieran will walk over and Fudge has a shield, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll tap your shield and it glows with light.
Nice.
Well, I
That's
will.
just-
Kieran finally moved. I took the healing instance away. I'll actually get up off the ground finally.
You
Just
lazy
laying
Bob.
there in it.
I will say that it's with the light, and like you could see that there's something in there, and then when the light comes up, you see that there appears to be a huddled figure, and the vent goes kind of up at too steep of an angle, and you see signs like almost like fingers that had gotten bloodied that were trying to claw up, but were unable to do so, and there seems to be a young boy kind of curled up. He's in sort of like dirty clothing and rags, and he's just trying to hide.
Oh.
You see him, he kind of whimpers when you open the passageway and shine the light in.
Fudge is gonna step back a little bit. He's not great with people in general, but a child is gonna be even worse probably with him.
Like it's an actual child.
It's a young person, probably. It's hard to tell when they're huddled up. They're bigger than, you could tell they're probably just by the way the size of that they are. They're probably between the ages of somewhere between 10 and 15, but a precise age is a little bit hard to tell with them kind of curled up. You're not even sure exactly if it's a boy or a girl at the moment. They're covering their face.
Kieran is going to try and talk them out of the hole.
Okay.
It's like, hey, the bad lady's gone. You don't have to hide anymore. It's safe now. We can take you home. And I'm gonna roll persuasion.
Yes.
That is plus 6, 24. I rolled an 18.
Okay. So they kind of raise their head up and their face is dirty, but you can see trails of where like they were crying. For the most part unmarred apart from that and their bloody fingertips, and they kind of slowly start carefully, very slowly inching towards you to get out.
Like
But-
I give them enough distance so they can,
Got it.
step out.
So then they keep moving forward now that they know nothing's kind of blocking or is going to be immediately close to them. And they kind of gently step out and then kind of sit on the floor and huddle their knees to their chest. And you can tell this appears to be a young lad of probably around, now that you can see the age, you would guess probably a little bit more like between the ages of 13 and 15.
Look hungry. You want something to eat? And I offer him like a ration.
He shakes his head.
Probably, maybe not down here. Maybe because there's like bodies and gore and
Yeah,
goop.
you can tell he's trying very pointedly not to look around very much.
Let's why don't I look at the boy. I'm like, why don't you just, me and Muffalo here, we're gonna go check out the other rooms. You want to come along real quick? You'll be all right with us.
He kind of like, well, can roll a persuasion check actually.
Okay.
Want to note that once the child started to kind of respond to Kieran and Fudge, Sethis just kind of walked away.
Okay.
She has some other stuff in the room that she wants to deal with, and
Got
she's
it.
not really a children person.
It's like
That's fair.
small human. Nope.
And so I want to paint a picture before I roll this dice to see if I can get advantage and whether you want to do this or not. I was going to have Muffalo give me the help action on this, but I'm assuming he's still probably beak full of blood, and I just want him to look adorable, but just with the face of someone who's just...
Yeah, that's gonna be at disadvantage.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's fine. It's totally fine.
Buffalo's trying to help. That is not helpful at all.
Fudge is not charismatic at all, so Oh, holy shit! I rolled an 18 and a 17, so 17. I have a -1 to not performance, persuasion. So that is a 16.
So you can tell he looks at Muffalo a little scared, and then kind of looks around a little bit and notices like the shredded body of the winged figure, and you can tell it kind of like starts to put a few things together as it sees like a piece of the wing like hanging out of Muffalo's
He just
beak.
eats it. Ow.
And the kid's like pretty freaked out, but tentatively starts following you.
I just, as that starts to happen, I look over Muffalo. I'm like, oh shoot, and I just start to like wipe his, like what every parent does to their toddler child.
You lick
Is
your
like
hand
forcefully just try to get it all off of him. And he obviously doesn't want that, but that's and I'm like, it's all right. He's a good boy. Buffalo's a good boy. And then I'm gonna take the boy out into the hallway where it's like a lot less gruesome, obviously.
Okay. Problem, the door is still closed.
Okay, well, we're just gonna walk up there. Me and Muffalo are just gonna, I don't know, maybe someone else will walk up too and maybe help me figure out how to open a door.
So as you guys are passing,
Is that book still on the floor?
I was about to say, you guys see, while this was going on, and Cephas turns to kind of, I'm guessing you're kind of going that direction of the book. You see that Nita has been kneeling down, staring right at the book. She's not touching it yet, but she's looking very intently down on it. Her full focus is on it.
So I would just kind of wander up to the opposite side of the book from what she's on and kneel down, kind of mimicking her behavior, but looking at her instead of the book.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I'm good at those. Okay. Well, my wisdom's kind of garbage, though. Yeah, that's not great. That's a 6.
This book is very interesting to you. You cannot pull your eyes away from it. It's drawing you in.
Is it drawing me in to just look at it, or is it drawing me in to handle it?
So far, with that roll, you feel this strong urge to grasp it, to pick it up, to start reading it.
Okay. So after kind of kneeling down to mimic the behavior of my companion, instead of just staring at it, I'll reach out to grab it.
Okay. And you grab it, and it feels really good. It feels just, you feel this like wave of sensation overcome you, and it's warmth and power and feels good. And it's encouraging you to read it. I'm going to need another wisdom saving throw from you.
The DC by any chance wasn't 10, was it?
No, unfortunately it was not. As you begin to read it, you notice that you kind of, before you start to read it, you kind of lovingly turning it around, taking it in, looking at it. It's this dark black leather with a tarnished gold emblem of this coiled serpent around another emblem of this like bastardization of the Velis symbol. And the serpent has horns on its head. The pages feel frail and written in some sort of dark red ink. And as you begin to read it, the text kind of starts to move and wave on the page, like it's making it a little bit difficult to read and starts to hurt your eyes a little bit, but it feels so good in your hands, and you know that this is just this power and beauty and sensation, and you just need to keep trying to make sense of it, even though it is hurting you to do so. And you're going to take you take 12 points of psychic damage.
Just Cephas's nose just start to bleed.
That's up to them. However, let's see if you can actually make some sense of what you're reading and see what you can get from it. So go ahead and give me what check do I want to call this? I didn't plan ahead for that part. Let's see what makes the most sense. I would allow either religion or perception to kind of try to focus your senses enough and have the willpower to kind of make sense of it while it's hurting you.
I think I'll go with perception, because that is much, much better than my religion. That's a 19.
A 19. Yeah, that's good. So you start to read, and your hands just lock around the book with this very strong grip, and your eyes all of a sudden get this, like, if anyone looks over at you, they would see your eyes have this like like the flash, like fast rapid movement starts to happen. And you do, in fact, start to bleed a little bit from your nose as you're taking this in. However, you read a tale within the book, and it's the tale of a figure, a god, the god Velis, and its sister, its twin sister, Vala. And you read how this alternate self, this alternate like side of Velis, its sister half, their arch nemesis is this other god named Perun. Seems to be associated with lightning and thunder and the storm. And as you're reading this tale of this rivalry, you notice that the way this figure Vala fights, it can shapeshift into a great snake. This goddess also attacks in 3 ways. It goes for Perun's cattle, his food, his livelihood for his people. And then it attacks his gold, his wealth. And then it goes for his sons. And it always tries in these cycles of 3 in the story. And you get sort of bits of that because a lot of it is difficult to make out, but you're able to understand that much of this tale, this great rivalry between these 2 gods and this darker side of Velis, this sister half. And that's about what you can handle before your vision starts going a bit black and blurry at the edges. And I'm going to pull away from that moment and to see what the others are doing. So the rest of you see that Nita is panicking and grasping at Sybil's arm and trying to shake, or Cephas's arm, and trying to shake them, and is starting to call out to them and waves her hand in front and is trying. You can tell she's not trying for the book, but she is trying to shake and get Sybil out of whatever has taken hold of. Oh, sorry, Cephas. Too many S names. And when you look at Cephas, like I said, they've got this sort of like just blank expression. They're gripping the book tightly, and their eyes have this like crazy rapid movement and blood coming from their nose. Anything you guys want to do in this moment?
Can I go over there? My attention would have been on the boy at first, but seeing this happening, I was probably walking towards where Budge and the boy was, and I would have had to redirect halfway through.
Got it, yeah.
But I want to try to use the end of the flat edge of my blade to try and knock the book from Cephas's hands.
Okay, roll an attack.
See which one of my dice want to be nice today. It's not bad. My attack is a +7, so that's going to be an 18.
Cephas, could you please roll me a, this is going to be wisdom saving throw, with advantage.
Okay. Uh, 22.
Okay, so here's what happens. Sybil uses her blade like she described and tries to maneuver the book up and out and is pulling with their strength. And that combined with Nita shaking, and you feel the book kind of being lifted and being pulled out of your grasp. And that kind of startles you for a moment. You want to grip it again, but they've earned you a second of distraction that was enough for you to kind of break what hold this thing had on you, and you drop the book and kind of fall back a moment. You recall everything. You recall the whole story that you read, even though the specific details are a bit fuzzy, mainly because Kiara didn't want to tell a whole folklore tale right now. But maybe in Behold Lore in the future, I will discuss that, because this is taken from real mythology, but and modified for our purposes here. So it is interesting tale, but not for now. But those are the bits that you remember very distinctly that stood out to you, were those elements.
Okay. And I imagine Cephas is probably just kind of sitting back at this point, probably breathing quite heavily, wiping the blood from her nose, and just kind of collecting herself again.
I'd just like to take a step forward, basically step over the book so that I'm physically between Cephas and the book in case she lunges.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Ah, man. I wasn't trying to do that. I was just trying to make sure I was physically between the two of them because, you know...
I know, it has an aura.
Fuck, and that dice had to want to fuck me. That's a 7.
Yeah, you come to be protective, and you walk in and your eye catches the book, and suddenly you are just enthralled with it, and immediately fall to your knees, gazing at it. Reaching out, you pick it up and grip it in your hands and take a look at it, wanting to understand this power, wanting to feel more of this powerful, warm, sensual sensation that feels just so good and so right. And give me another wisdom saving throw, please, as you try to make sense of these swirling words that are on the text, feeling the urgency in needing to do so. What did you get? A no. What specific? Because specific things will happen if it's a not one. Okay. All right. Well,
let's... a different die. I want to point this out.
Let's resolve this first.
I'm more throw it in the shit pile with the other one.
All right. I rolled very, very low on the psychic. So that's just going to be 9 points of psychic damage.
Between the healing I got and if I lay on hands, it's... You're take that.
Yeah, you're fine. With a nat 1, you feel something inside. Something kind of enter you and reside in your presence. And you hear a voice in the back of your mind. It's unusual and foreign, and you don't understand the language it's speaking. And you feel it kind of get comfortable.
That's never a good thing.
You're still kind of stuck gripping and reading,
yeah.
But you're not able to make. I'd say with the nat 1, you can't make any sense of it either. I'm not going to let you roll for that.
That's fine.
With a nat 1.
That's fair.
And you do start kind of bleeding from your nose as well. So.
Okay. What Crystal would like to do is she's going to see what's happening. She was going to try to knock the book away, but now she realizes, I think, because of what's happened, that wouldn't be good. So she's going to turn and look at Kieran. And she's going to say to Kieran and also to Nita, how do we make this stop? Can we close the book? Will that do it?
Nita just kind of like gets exasperated and panicked again and goes, like, I don't know. I felt the pull too, but I was able to resist it. It's nasty. I'm afraid to get close to it.
I'm gonna light a torch. Is the book on the ground?
The book is gripped in her lap right now.
Holding it.
Then I have one first level spell slot left. I'm gonna use that to cast protection from good and evil. Evil and good on Sybil. So until the spell ends, creature you touch protected against certain types of creatures, aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. The protection grants several benefits. Creatures of this type have disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. The target can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them if the target is already charmed, frightened, or possessed by such a creature. The target has advantage on any new saving throw against the relevant effect.
Okay. With that cast, go ahead and give me give me a wisdom saving throw at advantage. It's a pretty high DC because this is a pretty powerful thing.
Oh god, what'd you roll?
11.
Okay.
Jeez.
My dice just don't care for me today. You know, I had a really last time we played together. I had really good rolls, so it's my payback.
So that was a bonus thing, but I will say with the casting of this, it does break you of the hold of the book, and you drop the book, and with the power of this like spell, it kind of shoves the book across the room a little bit as well, with this just burst of radiant energy as Kieran kind of casts this protection on you. The book did not like that energy at all and just retreated and retracted from it, therefore kind of breaking its hold on you. And give me an insight check at disadvantage to see if you recall the feeling of something kind of going in.
Those are at least decent. That's gonna be a 17.
Okay, so you do recall this just nasty feeling of something crawling into your skin.
Does it still feel like it's there?
It does, yes. You don't hear anything right now, but this, like, you just feel this strange presence within you, and you don't know what to make of it.
Can I react to the book being pushed away?
Sure.
I just want to keep it out of everyone's reach at this point, including my own. So I'm just gonna use Mage Hand.
Okay.
And scoop up the book and hold it like 25 feet up in the air.
Got it. Nita kind of looks at it, and then kind of gives you a nod. That thing. She kind of like rubs her eyes a bit.
It's interesting.
It's evil.
But
Oh.
interesting.
What you learn? Did you learn anything from it?
I did. A tale that I feel connects to all of this somehow.
That's good. Do you share the information that you learned?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll walk through the details of the story that I
Got it.
learned from the book.
The bits you remember. Yep.
And after I finish telling the story, I'll go on to say I feel like it has more to tell me, but should be examined in a safer environment.
Like, how about we just burn it?
Does Siflis's retelling of the story give Sybil any kind of insight based on the fact that she is from this area?
This is going to be a very high DC religion roll, but it's possible.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, everything's possible, right?
This is deep, like, hidden religion shit.
Look, I rolled 2 natural ones this game. I'm due for the higher
Yep,
roll,
you
right?
are.
I didn't get it, though. That's going to be an 18.
Okay. What? Sorry?
18.
18 is high. That's...
I know, but I was hoping for something higher.
No, that's great.
We're level 5. 18 is amazing.
18 is great.
This is true.
Yeah, what are you telling me? I got a low roll 18. Oh, like...
I was hoping the dice would treat me nicer because, you know, they've been screwing me all game.
I didn't make the DC 25 or something. Jesus.
Well, you said very high. So
That is high. Okay. So yeah, with an 18, you recall some of the elder folks would talk about stories of this more of a trickster nature to Velis, this like duality nature to it, that doesn't show itself very often. People don't talk about it because they like to celebrate more of the good-natured farming god side of this deity. But you do remember some of the older folks whispering on, you know, certain evenings, on certain nights, they would say things like, especially when crops have failed, Like, you remember there was one particular harvest where there was an infestation of this sort of fly that destroyed acres of crop. And you remember the older folks were whispering about Vala appearing and being displeased, and them kind of religiously hiding their treasures and their wealth in response.
I'll kind of just tell that story to the group of what I remember as a kid.
And it was real weird. And if you asked about it, the parents didn't really describe it or say what was going on. It was like almost a superstition of more of the older generation.
Yeah. And she'll probably, after she tells us about what the elders did, she'd be like, but it felt more like a superstition, like it wasn't, no one really wanted to talk about it, and no one ever really gave the reasoning behind it. Just that Vala appeared. There's no real description. So
who wants to talk about their god having some deep, dark, crazy side? Ew.
Kieran, Seth was saying that, like, if it could be examined in a safe place, is there such a thing as a safe place for a book like this you're aware of?
Nita shakes her head, like,
if we had like a real church and like some decently high level priests and a shit ton of, like, you know, protective circles, because that thing we don't need to be anywhere near. If it doesn't burn, then we level this room and make sure no one ever gets their hands on that thing.
that's true. Do any of you have the capability to remove curses?
I mean, I can't remove any curses, but I mean, I can do a little something. And who's cursed?
She points at the book.
Oh, no, I'd have to touch it, and I can't do anything with that. Best I can do is restorative.
I think you were lucky to get what you got from it, but if you're willing to take the risk, you might learn a little more. I'm not.
How much damage are we going to do to everything? Like, overall, with, like, the whole God thing and everything? I'm not very religious, but, like, if we burn the book, like, then what happens?
I don't know.
most likely the god will hate you for the rest of your life.
If it's not
And
my
beyond.
God, does it matter if it hates me?
Well, I mean,
They can all mess with you in different ways.
that
Depends
thing,
on how much power it has on this plane.
that thing tried to use that book to bring something out of that hole from I don't know where, and I really don't want to know where. So again,
It looks like it's already been bringing things out of the hole as well.
yeah.
She kind of motions over to all the dead.
Where the hell hands came from.
Do agree that it should be destroyed, but I am very, very keen to learn more from it first.
Well, your choice.
I'm not sure you can have it both ways, Seth. I mean, it didn't do very good things to you just in those couple, like, it wasn't very long and used in a real bad way.
Uh,
I don't know. I just, like, I'm not sure we got the resources to do anything positive here.
some
Not
knowledge
Like, it's
is
not
here
like
worth.
we
and
can put it
now.
in a sack or something and carry it back somewhere, I don't think.
I don't know if a sack would really protect you.
No, exactly. I'm not
But we
willing
know
to
where it
risk
is.
that.
We could hide it. You could come back if you needed to.
no, there's a cult. Who knows where this place is? When whatever that thing was that was supposed to come out of that hole, they realized it didn't come out of the hole. They're gonna come and look and try and see what happened, and then they're gonna find the book, and then try and make whatever the hell that was come out the hole without us here to stop them.
Well, I didn't mean hide it here. Just hide it
I mean,
somewhere nearby, maybe?
think
Well,
of a good hiding space.
you know,
It's a few
like,
days trek.
I would be thinking that like this book's got a lot of power. It might even be able to draw like people and things to it. Like we don't know what kind of distance it could do that from. Like kind of like a sort of beacon thing where like if you hide it, like I mean we could hide it in that little hole there where that kid was and close that, and I don't think that would work at all. So, and how do we take it away? Every time somebody picks it up, their nose starts bleeding. We got all kinds of problems. Their eyes go
No,
funny. I don't know.
we leave it here. We go back up. We get the bomb. We put the bomb on top of the book and set it off, and we leave as all of this crashes down on the book and hopefully keeps it buried until one of us has great grandchildren.
That bomb
I'm
won't
gonna
just
roll
flatten
an
this church.
Arcana for Nita right now.
That bomb will not just flatten this church. That bomb will flatten everything for miles.
Since she's the only one with Arcana. Yeah, she kind of looks dubiously at that plan. I'm not sure that would destroy the book. It seems
Well,
magical.
if we can't destroy it, then we need to make sure other people can't get to it. Burying it under a mountain of rubble seems like a really good idea.
The problem with that, however, is that the townsfolk of Little Hope intend on making use of this place once it has been cleared out.
Yes.
Well, we fought the big bad monster, and as it died, the church fell down around it.
And what happens when they begin to clear the rubble to rebuild the church, and they happen across it?
I think the best option is to take it with us carefully.
Yes, I can hold it at bay with my spell here. It is a short-term solution.
Well,
I
can
know
think
some
of a-
trenches out in the no man's land that aren't going to be touched for a long time.
I'm not going back over there.
I mean, it's not so bad if you know where to go. Just a suggestion. There's also the fungus woods all around here. Lots of places
Also-
to hide.
Take it back to the abandoned cabin we found a few days back. Hide it there, at least temporarily.
How, like, the excuse me, the box that we used to send the things back, like it's
It's back in the abandoned cabin.
I know, but I mean, like, would the, like, I'm trying to remember how big it is, or like dimension wise, like, would the book fit in it?
I mean, it's magic. It's possible that it might accept it. Give me... You don't have Arcana, but give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Let's see. I'll roll my -1 check for Arcana and see what happens. Yeah, I got rolled off a 20 and onto a 2. So yeah, I have a 1.
You have no idea. You recall
idea.
the book in size would not fit this book.
Yeah.
Just by size.
I'm glad someone picked up what Sybil was trying to subtly hint at, because she can't say it out loud because we have strangers in the room.
I mean, well, Kieran would say out loud, no, that won't work because it won't fit. It's too big.
Yeah, because that was in her thoughts at that moment. But she did mention the cabin out loud.
I mean, I guess, no one really goes around there, but still, we'd have to find some way to hide it somewhere in there where no one would just accidentally come across it. Hell, you just walked over it and you grabbed at it.
But since this is spelled, though, I think we could get it safely somewhere where people aren't going to just walk over it.
I can stay with it, not right on it, because it freaks me out, but, I can guard it if you guys like, wherever you want to leave it. Lou and I can keep watch.
I think less that we'll need a guard, just that
But
we'll have to figure out our next step once we get there.
How long do we have to guard it for? Like,
Alrighty.
I think it could be an awfully long time.
So, during this
We
conversation,
gotta get it somewhere safe. If I'm almost willing to risk the wrath of this their god if it would mean we're rid of it. But you know, I just don't want any of us to.
Anita just said the force of that bomb is not enough to destroy this thing, which means there's nothing we can do to destroy it. So it's a matter of getting it somewhere safe while we figure out where we can store it long term.
I mean, I just don't have anything that will destroy it. I'm not a religious type, though. And if she points at Kieran, if you're don't have the right materials, I mean, there is a priest in town.
I'd rather not take this thing into a town.
Oh God, now, ew. That's all we
I
need.
feel
Is
like
a
we'd
bunch
be
of.
swarmed.
I believe Nita was onto something with removing any curse associated with it. I know none of us have that capability currently, but I feel if we just had a little bit more time with it.
I think we should take it back to the cabin and figure out our next steps once we get there.
If we took
Or
it back
along the
to
way.
the cabin and we left Nita with it and she ain't gonna touch it and we put it up somewhere where we think it's safe, like there was that chimney thing, if I remember. And then maybe we could we find a priest or one of us stays or something and maybe get a priest to come out who could.
I need a night's
could
rest,
do-
and I can try. I can't promise it's gonna work.
Oh well, that's easier yet, isn't it?
I mean, we could just, look at it. See,
You're not
I
gonna
mean,
say.
we were able to pull Cephas out. We could try again.
I think that's real risky, Nita.
Great knowledge comes with great risk. I mean, I don't like it, but
But if we can't piece together, and we don't know maybe what we're gonna read, how would we? I mean, it's a big book. There must be lots of stories in there.
I mean, I think if we get it back,
try and just get it out of here, get it to the cabin. I like that idea.
I mean,
let me
Cephas-
rest,
let
and then
rest.
let me see if I can actually remove whatever nasty evil is on that book. I don't know. I'm still pretty much an acolyte, so I mean, my magic, is, not that powerful. I mean, the fact that, Saloon even deemed to answer one of my prayers, I will probably never hear her voice ever again in my life. It's just like that much of a rare thing. But I'd rather risk removing the curse and then deal with whatever after than not being able to be spell depleted, because I got nothing left. And if something happens, we can't stop whatever's happening.
Well, I think we should take it back to the cabin. Yes, rest, but I do have some contacts in the area from my time in the war that might be able to help us.
All right, that sounds like a good plan.
During this,
Yeah.
during-
I
during
don't
this-
think we need to be reading it like right away. I think we let Kieran get all rested up so she can at least help us more.
All right.
And she can help us now.
And then Fudge, what have you been doing while this conversation?
Well, after everything calmed down, he immediately would have went back over to the door and tried to figure out how to get it open.
All right, give me an investigation check. And you have the kid with you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's awesome. 6.
Okay.
I thought it was a good roll. It's like,
So
Did you not like us today?
you're kind of, groping around and The kid kind of looks at you and looks at the door and looks at you expectantly.
Got any?
Poor kid down.
If you got any hints on this, buddy, it would be great if you told me.
Can Crystal turn her attention to the door, and would you accept sleight of hand for me to try and see if I can figure out how to open it?
You're nowhere near the door. You're clear on the other side of the chapel. So,
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
having deepened this conversation about what to do with the book. So,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
The boy kind of like thinks for a moment. They just kind of said some weird stuff to it, and then it opened.
You, could you repeat what they said?
Nope. He kind of makes this like something like that. I don't.
I turn to the door and I go.
Nothing happens.
I don't think that's it, kid. I don't think that's it. Fudge is gonna. If the kid's still gonna say something, it's fine. But he's gonna start like just pushing on the door at this point.
Okay. You can give me a strength check. Is
Hell
Muffalo
yeah.
helping you?
Oh yeah.
All right, make it with advantage. And I'm gonna have the boy sees what you're trying to do, and he's gonna meet with his meat like little chicken arms is gonna try to help and to lower the DC by like 1. But you engaged him in conversation, got him interested in trying to get this open, so he'll help a little bit.
Just a pure strength check.
Yeah, this is it's athletics.
Oh, okay, that's even better. Do math in my head. Don't look like an idiot. 25.
This was a high DC. I set the DC at 21, and you got it. So it takes you a while, you and Muffalo, and you're shoving, and then you finally realize, oh, it slides. And Muffalo kind of gets his claws in there, and the boy gets kind of his fingers in there, and you kind of jam your weapon in there and start leveraging it and manage to shift it just a little bit. And you've got it open, you're holding it. It's just going to take another athletics check.
All right, we're all
Slightly lower DC.
working together. Nice. That is a 24 this time.
All right, yeah, and together the three of you manage to like shift, and then Muffalo gets a shoulder in there, and you get a shoulder on the other side, or not other side, but you get a shoulder against Muffalo, and you guys like push it aside. And yeah, you manage to make an opening big enough for Muffalo, who's sort of the widest member of your party, to get through, and everyone else can get through as well.
I'm gonna, as soon as that happens, I'm assuming that's right at the end of what they were talking about. I'm just gonna yell over, "Let's go!" And I'm just gonna start walking out.
The boy follows, but is still pretty hesitant and is looking around like for danger. And
Buffalo does a roar and then walks out too.
okay,
You can tell he was probably saying the same thing as I was.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
stay kind of near Cephas
like,
as Cephas starts moving with the book.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for everyone else to go first, so I can stay in the back of the group to keep just the book as far away from everybody as I can.
Okay,
Which is fair enough.
good.
I'll
good.
probably just be the person in front of you, as I don't want to leave you as the rear guard.
What's the
Not that you
range
can handle
on?
yourself, but
What's the range on Mage Hand again?
The range is only 30 feet.
Okay,
So
That's
I'm
fine.
keeping it at a distance kind of between 20 and 25, so I have a little bit of leeway in case anything happens.
that's fair.
As we start walking, I want to kind of turn my attention inward to see if, as I move away from that book, if there's any change to the presence I feel inside of me.
Give me a insight check on yourself.
More insight myself.
Yep.
And that's actually decent. That's a 14. Considering I have a +0 to insight, that's a decent roll.
Yeah, you still feel that there's this alien presence inside.
Yeah. But is it reacting to me getting further away from the book?
You don't feel a change.
Okay.
Is
Still gonna
At
keep
the
it to
moment.
myself for a while.
there any like physical tells that there's anything wrong with you or anything off with you at the moment?
I think that would be a question for her. There's nothing supernatural added to her, but if you want to do an insight check to see her behavior wise, if she's putting something off, I'd say that's fair.
Yeah.
Against your deception.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
fine with that.
Yeah, I think
Say she's usually pretty quiet, so that's not really going to stand out.
Yeah.
So,
And I'm saying deception because you specifically said you're keeping it to yourself right now.
yeah.
so. My insight was 18.
And mine was a dirty 20. I'm sorry.
All right.
I wanted you to actually get that.
Yep. There's nothing seems to be off. You're kind of focused on trying to keep the book out of range, and there's a lot going on. Trying not to slip on the marble floor coated in blood,
More
and
exhausted for being knocked
cracks.
down.
Oh,
Yep.
wait. Insight is wisdom. I should have rolled that with
Oh.
advantage.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Um,
Come on. Make it higher.
22.
Okay.
Yes!
Yeah. What
So-
do they see?
She probably sees a look of concern on her face. I probably keep glancing back at the book with this look of concern. And then, like, when you kind of your eyes start unfocusing as you're focused on something within yourself more. So she looks at the book, and then her eyes will unfocus for a moment and focus back in, and just this. She looks uncomfortable as well. So. I'd say that'd probably be her physical tells.
I guess as we're starting to proceed forward out of the room and we all kind of take our positions in our lineup here, I'll just kind of say quietly, are you going to be all right? You seem distracted.
Just concerned about the book and its effects that it might, any lingering effects it might have on those of us get caught.
A valid concern. What did you see?
I didn't really make sense of anything in there. I couldn't really understand anything. But it didn't feel right. Like, don't get me wrong, it felt good when I was holding it. Assuming that was the same for all of us, but it also felt wrong.
It felt powerful, but dangerous.
I just hope it doesn't have a lingering hold on any of us.
I don't feel anything of that sort myself. I certainly feel off, but not in the way you describe. It seems you felt something different from me.
I still feel off.
Perhaps it is just the proximity of the book.
Maybe. The sooner we're rid of it, the better I'll feel.
If things worsen for you, do let me know.
She'll nod. She'll kind of look like she wants to say something more and then look at the group ahead and then just nod for now.
And I won't press it any further than that for now.
Okay. Anything else you guys are doing? You leaving the room and heading out. Everyone heading out. Okay. So you leave this bloodied, nasty chapel underneath a church behind, kind of following your path back up and out. with the book floating behind you, and the child, the boy, kind of sticking towards the edge middle of the group. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to go be front. He doesn't want to be in the back, but he also doesn't want you guys anywhere really close to him. So he's doing this sort of precarious dance through these narrow passageways. It looks just very uncomfortable the whole time. But you guys do make your way back up to the ladder, and how are you getting Muffalo up?
You gave us a thing that can shrink him again.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna boop him.
So before you use that, let me see if Anita has spell slots left.
Oh.
Because she said that if she goes down, you could use that potion. She's alive, so.
Oh, okay.
She sees you take out the potion, and she kind of stays your hand. I'm strong enough. I can handle it. And she kind of says a few things and takes her rifle out, points it at Buffalo.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
About to get violent up in here.
And she just flips a few latches on the rifle, and it starts folding up and glowing. And then it's to a point where it's almost like a pocket-sized box. And it kind of like a little bit of almost like a little electricity goes from the box into Muffalo, and he immediately goes poof into a stuffy version of Muffalo.
All right, I want to say this. You really need a separate device for these types of things.
What do you mean?
You're pointing a weapon at something you have no intentions of using like an actual weapon on, and it's kind of concerning.
Oh, it's just a second. I just had to lock on.
Oh, I'm picking up Muffalo. Oh, okay. Start to climb up.
And he kind of nips
ladder.
at you a little bit playfully and just kind of wiggles his little paws around, like just kind of enjoying himself, because he hasn't been held since he was very, very, very small. And so he's just kind of like, oh, it's sort of this novel experience of being carried.
I'm actually gonna start this climb, and then I'm gonna look back at the kid and I'll be like, "You want to hold Muffalo?"
And he kind of looks. Let me see. Yes, he nods.
Come on over here. You can hold Muffalo and carry him up.
Kind of pets.
He's adorable.
Fluffy
Muffalo
stuffed
loves
animal.
Yep.
Yeah. And so you guys make your way up the ladder. You're now in the upper ruined church. Seems quiet so far.
Real quick, once we get up here, and everyone's up and situated, I'm gonna pull down my veil sight goggles and just have a look around, see if anything's changed from the eerie silence that it was earlier.
Okay. How long do you stay like that? Is it just like a quick peek?
Probably long enough to have a good look around, but not long enough to start causing myself harm.
Okay, and are you staying inside the ruined church area, or are you venturing outside, looking around?
For now, just staying inside. I want to stay with the group, just in case anything goes awry.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay, it was a higher DC because the activity that you might catch is going on outside, but you do see a wisp kind of pass by the window, and you know that was a benign spirit.
Okay. I think seeing that, Seth is gonna look visibly more relaxed. That is the way things should be. So she's starting to feel good about what we did, despite us carrying around a clearly evil and cursed book.
Sure, yeah. And with that roll as well, I'd say that after seeing that wisp, you kind of approach that opening a little more and look out, and you can see that there isn't nearly as many ghosts, like spirits or spiritual entities around this cemetery as there should be, but you see a few signs that it looks like perhaps they're returning. It's just a slow, you would gather it's probably a slow process, but it does, like you said, make you feel good that things are at least starting to return to the way they should be in this space.
I'll kind of turn back to the group and rejoin them, and then take off the goggles.
Okay.
Kind of let out a sigh, a content sigh, and be like, we've done good. Things are returning to the way they should be. It will take time for them to get there, but they are getting there.
Good. Now, I don't think it should be here, but I'm with Kieran. I need rest. We should probably find somewhere to make camp soon. I don't really want to take this book back into town, but we do need to take this boy somewhere safe.
Agreed.
We can go close to town. I can walk him in, figure out where to take him. Boy, what's your name?
Boy.
Boy. What is your name? Okay, that's weird.
No, we're doing this God of War style now. His name is Boy.
Boy.
I've been playing that game too in preparation of the second game. I love Christopher Judge. His voice is perfect for that role. Anyway, he says his name, Radomir.
Hey, Radomir. Are you from town? Little Hope? You're not from that town? Where are you from, buddy?
He kind of gets a sad look.
Okay, so
My family made camp. We traveled.
Was your camp attacked?
No, but several were taken.
They were taken. Okay.
Do you know where the camp would have moved on to?
I don't know.
Where was your camp originally going?
We were gonna see if there was any homes or work here.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Was
Was your mom and dad in there?
He gets a sad look again.
They were taken too?
About ready to kick Fudge.
Just
Fudge,
getting
the
all the
war has
information.
a lot of hardship.
Totally understand. I just need to know all the information so we know the best course of action here.
Give me a persuasion. As he's a little emotional.
Yeah, totally get it. Ooh. Persuasion is a -1, so 17.
I would say, okay. I was gonna say you could roll with advantage because you gave him Muffalo the stuffy. So
I'll still roll again
go
if you
ahead,
want me
roll
to.
again.
Yeah.
Because I remembered he's holding Muffalo, which is comforting. Because he's like wiggling
Okay,
cutely.
That's way worse. So I'm gonna go with my original roll. 17.
Got it. 17. So he kind of he looks at Sybil and goes, "It's okay. My dad died in the war, and Mom, we don't know what happened to Mom. I've been just staying with. We call it the family, but it's really just a group of us that travel together."
Okay. I think the best thing is to go back to Little Hope with you. Maybe there's some of your group there. If not, I'm sure there'll be someone in town that can help.
Yeah, we were outside Little Hope. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a few camps that were in the area there when we left there yesterday. So
That was yesterday.
yeah,
Yeah.
I remember correctly. Yeah.
Yeah, they
So-
should still be there, especially if they noticed people were missing. People go missing, but it was maybe not that many at once. They're probably still there.
Okay, well, we'll go back and take a look. Do you remember where your camp was?
Yeah.
I'm really good at tracking people, so if you can take me to where that camp was,
We're really close.
I'll find them.
Really close to town. Shouldn't be too hard.
Okay, let's do it, buddy. I totally forgot your name already. That's just me, not Fudge.
Radomir.
Radomir. Gotcha. I'm gonna write that down.
Okay.
No, player me.
Nope, I like that better when Fudge said it. Come on, write that down.
Fudge would.
Fudge would.
Yeah, I mean, Fudge is writing books, so there's a chance, that Radomir's gonna make it into a book. I'll make sure to make in this book you'll be strong and heroic. But anyways, we'll head to. At least I'm gonna head to town with this kid.
And he kind of grips your shoulder and says, "But what if they take us again? What if they get me again?"
Oh, I think we took care of the thing that took you. So
it wasn't a thing. It was a person. They just came.
Okay, it was a person. Can you describe this person?
It was dark, but they had I think a few of them were in some old uniforms, and there were men, and there was one that wasn't in an old uniform. It was just I don't know, just normal clothes, But they
go ahead.
They had a weird, they didn't talk. They barely breathed. They just moved real rigidly, they just I mean, we begged, we tried to fight, and they didn't get angry. They didn't get.
Did they smell a little funky?
I mean, just normal, unwashed. And he kind of looks at himself.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just look at the Gary Leg. They were dead, right? They were undead things.
No, they weren't like those. I've seen those over in the battlefields. They weren't like that. They were warm. Just they felt like people. They just were weird people, not
weird people.
Yeah, they just weren't. I mean, usually when you fight against someone trying to, do something to you, they get angry or kick you extra or something, but they just kind of gripped on and dragged us.
You said there was one that wasn't wearing. I'm gonna look at Anita, and I'm just gonna point out her uniform. Wasn't wearing these type of uniforms?
Dark, not sure of the color, but yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Maybe.
Okay.
I remember the buttons of the military jacket. Those buttons. They're big
the
and
medals?
metal. Yeah. No,
Okay.
not like award medals. It's just those. They weren't like my buttons. And he kind of shows his buttons, and they're wood or softer materials, thread. He doesn't have these big brass kind of buttons. That's how I know. It just. And it felt rigid. How those military uniforms, they. My dad used to have one, and I remember how it felt. I remember the buttons when I'd hug him, and then he gets real sad as he remembers that.
It's okay. It's okay. You said enough about that.
Mm-hmm.
How many do you know how many there was?
Oh, we got raided. Hi, raiders. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I didn't even acknowledge you. But hi, Feywild and Out. Sorry, caught us at a sobering moment. But welcome. Those are really cute. I don't know what it is, like a little hamster mushroom, and it's adorable, and I can't even. It's pretty cute. So yeah, the boy kind of just gets a little sad, and then
Yeah. How many were there?
Hard to tell, but maybe somewhere around like 6 or so.
Okay.
Like a smaller group. They took like 4 of us from the camp that I remember that night.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see here. Fudge has probably not very much money, does he? No. It says I have 19 gold. Once we get back to your camp and we find your friends, maybe we can get you into town, get you into the inn, have a nice cozy night. How's that sound? You don't want to go into the inn?
I mean, this stuff didn't happen until we got to this town.
Well, I mean, the other option is just to leave.
If we can get him to his family.
Yeah.
That he calls them. Then maybe he can convince them all to leave so that no one else gets taken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they move on to the next town.
I want to go. This place doesn't
That's
feel right.
totally... Yeah, I totally get it. I would be pretty scared and upset with this too. So
and weird
I was just thinking
weird stuff was happening before too, like some of the little ones were getting real sick in the night, and one of
you're
them
just a fountain of information.
didn't wake up. They took him into the town, and I think he's at the hospital or the orphanage. Needed help.
Sounds like what was happening at the orphanage. Similar things. Either way, we need to start moving towards where we're going. At the very least, we have to get you to Little Hope. And hopefully convince your family to leave.
Alright.
You don't wish to stay there.
Mm-mm.
But we want to reunite you with them.
Okay.
So you have companions to travel with. You don't want to be traveling out here alone.
No, I don't.
I mean, I could probably hang out for the night. I can hang out with you guys if you guys can't leave immediately. I don't know what time of day it is right now.
Okay. And he kind of holds Muffalo.
I don't know how much longer Muffalo's going to stay small like that, but I definitely don't want him getting enormous by the time you're still holding it. So, however long we have on that.
I need to remember the spell. I want to say it's an hour.
Okay. Well, Fudge would have been keeping a very good mental note of how long it's been.
She would too. Anita knows. Oh no, it's like much shorter than that.
Oh. I think at some point, like if Muffalo was to go back to his normal size, I would have pulled him off and put him to the side, and then I would have just let the boy Radomir just ride on his back.
That's lame. I thought it was an hour, but it's like 1 minute. So
Oh.
But we're gonna say that, like, yeah, that whole time he was a little stuffy because screw it, I don't care. And then Anita kind of gives a bit of a signal, like, oh, you might want to put him down, hun. I think the spell's about to end.
You can totally get on his back afterwards.
And he kind of like, oh, and like sets him down, and then a second later, poof, big Muffalo.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of like, Muffalo looks like a little slightly disappointed. Like he was kind of enjoying being lazy and just wobbling around. But kind of accepts, like, okay, it's my turn, and kind of scoops like his head underneath the boy and pushes him up.
Mm.
That's how long can you hold that book for? Do we have a limit?
As long as I am awake, I can hold on to it. Though I would prefer not to try to do other strenuous activity while holding it, such as a fight or something. That could be a problem.
Much as I don't want to split everyone up, I think it might be best if we find somewhere to rest. Whether you sleep or not, but somewhere where we're not too close to town, so we're not taking that book into town. And there's no risk of you... less of a risk of you being ambushed.
Would you guys like to head towards the cabin? You're actually closer to...
Take the boy to the cabin.
closer to the cabin than the town at the moment. And it is... I'm trying to remember what time you guys left for the church.
It was early
Yeah.
in the morning.
I'd say it's probably like late afternoon.
Okay.
But you could probably make it to the cabin by nightfall.
If I just gonna stay, if they can find his group,
That's pretty
Fudge
far.
was-
It's because they're over by town, and that's going to be a much longer journey. You can
Gotcha.
do that, but it's a much longer journey.
well, I mean,
About half a day's.
I know I understand to not take the book to town or even to near that group of
Yeah.
family. I'm assuming it's mostly probably kids, but
I'm just saying,
Or
like,
like-
if you want to take him, you split from the group and go towards the town to reunite him with the group. It's about half a day's journey. It'll be like the middle of the night. You'll be nighttime when you're traveling through.
gotcha.
So you'll risk, and if anything, happens on the road, or you get
Yeah,
lost,
no, we won't.
you risk
Yep.
exhaustion.
I'm not gonna. No, we're not gonna do that. Yeah, he'll have to come with us for the time being.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys are deciding to head towards the cabin, it sounds like.
Yep.
So I'm gonna
Closer.
need somebody to lead with a survival roll.
So before we do
Yeah.
that, can I kind of pull maybe Sybil off to one side
Mhm.
and say, do you think it's good that we take Nita with us to the cabin? Do you think that'll be all right? Or
I mean, I prefer to take no one to the cabin.
like
Makes it a
I'm
little
kind of
hard to
wondering,
reach out.
do you think maybe we could ask Nita to take the boy to Little Hope, or maybe something like that?
That
Is
might
that
be a
is
good
that
idea.
possible?
That is possible. We can ask. Might be a good idea, and that way we aren't taking anyone to our cabin. 'Cause it makes it a little
Okay.
hard to do what we need to do once we get there.
All right, let me just kind of walk over to the other soul here and quietly ask them what they all think. And so that's what Crystal will do. She'll try to get a consensus of the group as to whether that would be an acceptable
Are you
solution.
saying this to Nita as well?
No.
Oh, okay.
I
She's
think
kind of with
subtly
you
going-
guys, but like, what do you want to do to try to get away from her?
I think we just stepped away to have a conversation real
Well,
fast.
you
while
two
that-
did, but when she
Yeah.
came back to discuss it with the rest of the group, she's with the rest of the group, is what I'm saying. So, are you saying this to Nita, or are you trying to get the whole group away from her?
No, what I would do is probably, like as we're walking, I would try to sort of, pull each person aside
Okay.
and ask them.
Give me a stealth check against
Oh,
her
good.
perception.
Okay. Not cracking on the dice, and my stealth is a 6.
Okay.
26.
I doubt she'll be able to beat that. Nope. Perception. Nope. Okay. So
What was
yeah,
that
you.
net cracking when I was trying to kill
um,
something?
Right?
So Nita is kind of like guarding the rear. So she's just kind of walking, and she, after you guys have talked about some things, and she's had a moment of quiet. You can see that she gets that distant look in her eyes again as she's walking, and she's just kind of just not present. She's somewhere else right now and just kind of numbly walking forward. So you feel like you've successfully maybe had a conversation without her knowing. what do you guys think as Crystal comes around to kind of get your feelers on that plan?
Fudge is. I don't think he would trust anyone besides himself in the group to take the boy anywhere. He doesn't really know this person and how versed they are in this. Like, so I don't know. I would be kind of against like charging her to be his guardian to get back to town. He probably would offer maybe we just don't go back to the cabin. Maybe we go somewhere else along the way. I don't want to put this book anywhere near anybody else, but I don't. There was that farm. I feel like that was between us and the. Maybe it wasn't.
No, it was. The farm was in between. It'd be slightly out of your way. It was a little bit more. Like you would need to go, like the cabin's this way, and from the church, and the farm is a little bit this way. So it's more. You'll get to the farm much faster, than the cabin. But it is slightly out of the way of the cabin, is what I mean. It's like not as super direct. It's not like along the path. It would be like boop, and then the next day boop.
I mean, at least we could ask to stay in their barn, and that maybe be far enough away with the book. I don't know. I'm just spitballing ideas here.
Yeah, sorry, I was going through my notes about some things are starting to add up here, and it's making me uneasy.
As it probably should.
Yeah, starting to connect some scary dots. I think Seth would just kind of defer to everyone here, though she probably would note at some point when we're talking about the cabin that as far as anyone else is considered, this is just an abandoned cabin that we happen to know about as a place of shelter. Like it has that box in it, but I mean, if we don't tell anybody about the box, they have no reason to suspect anything other than it just being an abandoned cabin, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does Kieran's spidey sense say?
Kieran wants to go to the cabin, but she doesn't want to take Anita or the kid there. Just because the fewer people outside of our circle who know about the cabin, the better.
It's that or we're camping outside.
Well, would there be... I mean...
All right, folks, decision time.
Okay, and Sybil seemed okay with the idea of getting Nita to take the boy.
Yeah, 'cause she doesn't want them to the cabin because she specifically said it makes it hard to reach out to the people we need to reach out to.
Okay, so Crystal's going to kind of have all this information, right?
Mm-hmm.
From everybody.
Yep.
So she's going to... Would you allow me to speak to Fudge again?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to come back to Fudge. I'm going to say, Fudge, the group overall seems a wee bit nervous about taking Nita and the boy to the cabin. But if she is what she says she is, she's survived the war. I think she could probably survive taking the boy to the farm if we tell her where the farm is, and then maybe we could go to the cabin and sort things out there and ask her to wait for us with the boy at the farm and then loop back that way. I think we may have to go back to town to talk to the people there in Little Hope anyway. So what do you think? Would that work? What do you think about that?
Maybe. I get. I mean, that's better. I mean, as long as they're not getting stuck out in the middle of the woods in the middle of the night, that's my concern. You know. And I don't know how warm up. Like Anita didn't seem like a very people person, kind of like Cephas here. They get that awkward look in their face when people start to show up. So I don't want to frighten that boy anymore, and he's already gone through at this point.
Yeah, I recall that I think it was Kieran that kind of talked the boy out of that little hide hole he was in. Maybe. Do you think maybe if we got Kieran to talk to Nita and the boy to see if maybe Kieran could talk him into it? What do you think?
I mean, I'm
give it a
open.
try?
Yeah, I'm open to having a more open conversation about it. I'm totally fine with that.
You've said Nita's name several times, so I'm gonna roll perception for her. Can you roll another deception or stealth for me, please?
Do you want us both to roll that, or?
I think she's the one that's mainly saying Anita's name, which could kind of pierce through.
14 plus 6, so that's a dirty 20.
Okay. Yep. Nita still has this real far away look in her eyes. And every now and then she just kind of mumbles something to her like, no, drop.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. So, it's just really weird. I mean, that's even weirder than Cephas and stuff. Like,
As Seth is like standing there talking to a spirit.
Okay, never mind. Completely wrong about both of them.
Real happy Sybil is not overhearing this conversation because she would be real offended right now.
I mean, this is the one moment Fudge. This is the one moment Fudge isn't the weird one, like talking to like bugs in the dirt. Like, we're all a little goofy, I guess, in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just have a conversation. See what she's comfortable with. See what the boy's comfortable with. If the boy's willing to do it and she's willing to do it, then I'll say okay. So.
Okay. So
I guess.
Yeah. So who's leading the group then at this point?
Fudge said he was.
Fudge.
So
it would be up to Fudge.
Speaking of that, while all this traveling is going on, talking. Can you give me a survival check, please, while you guys are walking? I'm guessing in the direction of the cabin at the moment, because that was where you were intending on going.
Yeah.
It can be redirected still, but...
Yeah, and by leading, I mean, I'm just the point man. I'm not necessarily making decisions for anyone. I'm just, just out front.
That was the direction they said initially, so that's the direction you guys have been walking.
Mm-hmm. Because Fudge is good at this. 19. Survival.
That's good because this is pretty thick forest. It's fungus covered undergrowth, and you're able to kind of navigate away from. Even though you're this conversation is happening from time to time when Crystal comes up, you still kind of catch telltale signs of certain fungus that emit dangerous spores and kind of steer the group like around that and through. So far, feeling fairly successful in navigating your way through.
I guess I'll just kind of like stop us and be like, all right, everyone, huddle up. Let's figure this out. Because we're probably like halfway to the farm and halfway to the cabin the other destination. Sorry.
And you say this, Anita kind of like shakes her head a bit and refocuses on you.
So Anita and Radomir, we might have a change of plans, okay? Now there's a cabin, not a cabin, I mean the farm, just that way.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna roll for him to see if he overheard any of your conversations. Nope. Let me roll again. Nope. Okay, carry on.
There's a farm just over that way. It's very peaceful, very nice. Forget what they were, what type of race they were.
They're Furbolg.
Furbolg. This little Furbolg girl over there, she's probably a lot of fun to play with. They'll probably take you in for the night, especially if you mention our names.
Yeah, Spaz was her name.
Spaz was a lot of fun. She had a lot of fun with Muffalo. So, would you two be willing to go there while the rest of us go off to another location because we really do need to go somewhere else that
Where are you
might be a little
going?
too dangerous for you. It's just another dangerous place.
Well, wouldn't you like help then? Give me a deception check.
Oh.
We don't exactly want to take the boy to a dangerous place again. Can I aid him in this check?
Sure. Yeah. You get the help action. Roll with advantage.
Y'all asked the guy.
You didn't have to lead the conversation.
Y'all asked the guy with 8 charisma. So this is what you
I
get.
suggested that Kieran maybe try
Oh,
to talk
that's
to him.
true.
I did do that.
That is 8.
Anita has a -1 insight, but she beat that with an 11.
Hey, we're together in the same thing. I got a -1 also.
She kind of looks at you suspiciously, looks at the book. What are you guys up to?
They're trying to protect me with my contact. I mentioned before I have someone who might be able to remove the curse off this book. They're very, very skittish around new people.
All
Very
right.
skittish.
Roll deception at disadvantage because of the already failed attempt. She's already
That's
kind of
fine.
on edge.
It's gonna be a 17. So I rolled the same thing on both die.
With a 15, she does not. She still feels like a little sus, but kind of like that makes sense to her as well. So she kind of like nods and goes, "All right, I get it. I don't trust people easy either. Yeah, being in a large group like this is really uncomfortable anyway. So I was planning on dipping in the morning."
And having 2 new people at the same time showing up on their doorstep, they probably won't even let me in. That's sketchy.
Listen, on our way back, we're going to stop by the farm. We can take the boy into town. You don't even have to do anything, Anita, after that. You just need to take him to the farm.
We just want someone to escort him to the farm for his safety.
Yeah.
The
And we figured you're capable of that.
The Prohaska farm, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I know where it is. We should be fine. I mean, it's getting dark, but should be able to make it before it gets too bad. Boy. And
It's got a name.
he kind of shifts his foot around and like he looks at Fudge and looks at Kieran and looks at Muffalo, or at least on Muffalo, and he kind of just like sinks into Muffalo's feathers a little bit.
Listen, you'll get to see Muffalo tomorrow morning when we make it back over. All right?
Roll persuasion.
Gosh dang it! Why am I the one doing this?
You keep
Why do I have the? Why do I have a cute cuddly owlbear? That's what it is.
You know, sometimes it's just fun to let someone lead with their dump stat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're doing it.
That's fair.
I rolled a 16 and I got a -1, so 15.
Okay. Oh, sorry, God. So he kind of tentatively nods. He doesn't look happy about it, but he looks at you and goes, "Promise you'll come by?"
Without a doubt, 100%. I will pinky promise you this. I will be there tomorrow morning-ish.
What is this?
Just a pinky promise.
Okay.
It's the most sacred of promises. Listen, my God bounds me to you now at this point. That's how strong
At hearing
of a
like
promise it
gods, he kind of shivers back a little bit.
is. Maliki's really cool. Okay, I'll tell you all about her tomorrow.
Oh, okay. He looks at Anita. She just kind of like shrugs at him. I've got kind of a cute, fuzzy Lou.
Oh no!
And kind of like you hear this, and And you guys look up and you see kind of on a branch curled up, sort of Cheshire Cat style. He's just kind of like bored looking down at everybody. And he kind of hops down and he decides his pathway down is going to be on Fudge's head and then Fudge's shoulder and then down on the ground.
I just let it happen. It's like,
yep. And then Lou kind of rubs on the boy's legs and he kind of bends down and picks Lou up and Lou starts purring and the boy seems a little bit more comfortable and settled now that he has another fuzzy warm thing to grip onto.
I look Lou right in the face. I'm like, don't you fuck this up, Lou.
He kind of like does a cat glare back at you. You feel like if it could lick his ass right now, it would, but it's being held. So Anita and Radomir and Lou go ahead and say their goodbyes, and if you guys have anything else to say to them, feel free to do so. Otherwise, they turn around and head in a different direction, veering off a bit towards the farm.
While we're kind of saying our goodbyes or see you laters, can I just do a real quick insight on Anita's body language?
Yep.
See if it is kind of what you'd expect of somebody in this situation, or if there's anything more there. 22.
The 22. Okay. You feel that she's pretty hesitant. She keeps kind of nervously looking at the book. You can tell she's concerned about what's going to happen to it. And with the 22, you also see a bit of longing that she really wants to try at the book, but she's afraid of it too. And she really doesn't trust leaving you guys alone with it. But she also really doesn't like being around other people this much, and an opportunity to get away from you is also appealing. And you get the sense that she has plans of her own, but is willing to go along with the plan of yours for now. But you gather that it's probably not the last you've seen of her. Just she seems pretty interested in the book and what you guys are potentially doing.
Okay. Yeah. It certainly more than satisfies Seph's curiosity in that regard.
All right. And so she kind of awkwardly walks off with the boy in that direction of the farm, occasionally glancing back, but I think Cephas was the only one that saw that. All right, so you guys head towards the cabin now?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, give me another survival check.
Hell yeah. This is my job. I have one job. That's it. Lead people.
Hey, you're leading the conversations too.
Yeah, I shouldn't be leading those. 17 plus 9, whatever that is. What is that, 26?
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of dangerous shit in this forest, and you are just immediately pinging on it, and Muffalo gives you little, like, grunts and motions and points out things, and you guys are able to navigate away from several natural dangers, but ones that you take note of. You also get to a part in this overgrown fungus forest, like normal trees, but there's also like these big mushrooms and stuff everywhere. You get to parts of it that get so dense and thick, like the air is just thicker than normal, and you get a little dizzy in places because of the spores. They're not poisonous, but it's just a lot to make you a little lightheaded, and you could tell it's very, very easy to get turned around and lost in this space. But kind of using your cues of nature, and you catch glimpses of the stars above, you kind of keep them on a track and are able to keep your head and get out of the worst of that area until you guys burst forth onto the road that you know leads. Your call will lead either over to the farm behind you or ahead to the abandoned cabin. And you guys continue on for a time and do make it over to the cabin. Night has fallen partway there, but nothing to make you exhausted. It's just, it's gotten quite late, so you guys might want to pack it in soon. Is there anything that you guys want to do while you're at the cabin before calling it for the night?
It's just us here. I do want to write a note for the Chimera Collective and put it in that box.
Okay.
And it's just essentially going to say, spell out that we found this book that's extremely powerful. We want to send it over, but we need someone who's able to resist mind-altering effects before we can. So trying to get their take on what we need to do with this book, because something needs to happen. And this is big enough emergency, she thinks that we can hopefully get some help.
Okay.
And she wants to throw that note in the lockbox. She doesn't want to throw just the book in the lockbox. One, she doesn't think it's gonna fit. I don't have Arcana. I don't understand these things. Two, I don't want to just send it over there and have it capture the mind of someone over there.
Yep.
Other than that, the only thing Sybil's going to recommend is that we set up watches because we need to keep an eye on this book.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the watch order for the night?
I will volunteer to take last watch for the night.
I can go first.
Okay.
I will join Cephas on their last watch.
I don't need sort of continuous rest because I don't have spells, so I can fit wherever.
Okay. So we've got... Who's on first, then? First
Me.
watch? Okay. Then Gragas will take Crystal for second. And then third will be... Kieran can just sleep, I guess. And then...
I am...
You could just sleep.
wondering what we're doing.
You're fine. We just need 3 watches to get through the night, I believe. Right? 3? Or
4 usually.
4. Sorry.
So they're
Four.
2 hours each.
So is Kieran going to take a watch, or are we going to have one with no watch?
She'll probably take the last watch.
The last watch is already being covered.
I don't think I can do third. I have to do first or last, I think. Otherwise, I don't get my full sleep.
Okay.
No, you still do. Spellcaster
Yeah,
still
still
do.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
it's
can
fine.
still
It
get
can be
the-
interrupted. It's fine.
Alright, then she'll do third watch.
Okay. All right. With the watches set up, you guys get settled in. And where are you keeping the book?
So, the book, I'll make sure the whole group is watching when I do this, so we all know exactly where it is. I'll set it in a corner in the cabin, and then using the mage hand, I'm gonna just take any debris that may be laying around, scrap anything, and just put it on top of the book, pile it on top of the book, so that if anyone comes in here, they don't immediately see that there's this ominous looking book sitting in the corner, but it's there, it's covered, we all know where it is.
Okay. And you're keeping it at, like, what's the closest distance that it is to somebody? Because the cabin's not terribly large. So if you're keeping it within the cabin, you guys are around it.
I mean, I feel like we're going to be setting up kitty corner, so we're
It's
farthest ways we could possibly get.
wherever we're gonna go, I will place it in the furthest point from that.
Okay. As long as it's not, if it gets within 10 feet of anybody, let me know.
10 feet? Jeebus.
What would be the dimensions of the cabin approximately?
The cabin is probably about oh no, sorry, but the book, it would be I guess 5 feet would make more sense for what was going on. Yeah, 5 feet. So sorry, I amend that.
Okay.
All right. Well, if it's 5 feet,
So if the cabin is 10 by 10, the hypotenuse is more than adequate. If we're in the opposite.
The cabin is probably around like 40 feet. So like
40 feet on a side.
like yeah.
Wow.
10, 15, 20.
It's enormous.
Or no, that's sorry,
10 by 10 is a
20. Yeah,
typical
20
room.
by 20.
Yeah. So we can easily get far enough away from it then.
Then again, we don't exactly know the radius ourselves. We just know. We
Yeah,
were
I'd
affected
say
when it was
5
close.
feet because you were like hovering over it and they were like
Yeah.
looking at it and yeah. So 5 feet makes sense to me. And then yeah, the cabin. I'm sorry, I'm not very good with like feet and stuff, but I would imagine it's like 20 by 20 makes sense to me for like a decent cabin size. It's not like a
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's 400 square feet. So
yeah, not like a cleaning hut. It's like a proper cabin, but
Yeah, it's a small sized cabin right there.
Yeah.
Try to have like a bedroom and a kitchen, dining room, living
gonna,
area.
I'm gonna ritualistically cast tiny hut inside the cabin because it's
Okay.
a 10-foot radius. That way, at least until I have to take my watch, which I'll probably take my watch in the tiny hut.
are you taking the book inside the hut at all?
Yeah, because only people I allow in the hut can get in the hut.
She
Are
has
you
to use the
bringing the
book
book
in the hut.
into the hut? Is my question.
Well, I'm gonna have Seth use the mage hand to bring the book into the hut and
Well, then
like stick it in the corner.
I'll say
We're gonna be too close when they're in the hut.
when you try to bring it in, it stops. It refuses to go within the field of that magic.
Son of a.
Not to mention that brings the book too close to everyone if we're all sleeping in there.
yeah.
I mean, we put it on one corner because the tiny hut is the same size as this cabin.
Tiny hut's a 10 by 10.
10-foot radius.
You also notice that when if Cephas goes into the tiny hut, it breaks the mage hand.
Mm-hmm.
You can go ahead and sleep in the tiny hut. The rest, Sybil's going to stay outside the tiny hut if they're putting that up.
Yeah, I mean, at the very
Oh,
least,
no,
it sounds like the
it's
tiny hut will
it's-
protect
it-
you from the book.
Well, it's the size of the cabin. The whole purpose was for us to be in the hut, in
I
the
know.
cabin. So if someone came into the cabin, they couldn't get into the cabin. So I'll dispel the tiny
You
hut
dispel it. Okay.
and grumble. Stupid book.
So that you can't control the size of the tiny hut, eh? It's just kind of poof and it's there.
Yep.
Yeah,
Nope.
it's not
So
like
it's-
the door. It's not like the palace or whatever, like Scanlan's palace.
Yeah.
It's different. So, all right. So, anything else you guys want to do before watches start? You guys go to bed. All right. So first few watches go by without too much.
This is Fudge's one chance to do some mischief.
Okay.
Since he's on his first watch, the first like hour, he wants to start taking twigs and he wants to start making little like crude animal figures
Yeah.
of just whatever. He wants to make like 5 or so.
You gonna Blair Witch this place?
No, you guys will never know this has happened if everything goes as the plan. He wants to go to the box,
The box. Yeah.
and he said he was gonna. He wanted to.
It's in the fireplace.
He's gonna go up, and he wants to get the box down.
Okay.
Put it down. Muffalo is like just over his shoulder this whole time, staring. We're both staring at the box, like
Yeah.
this is our time to shine. He's gonna open the box. He's gonna start putting all the little figures in there.
Okay.
He's gonna close the box.
Yep.
He's gonna open it again. I'm assuming they're gone.
Yeah, they're gone. Same thing that happened when she wrote her letter and put it in there, closed it, disappeared.
And then I close it, and I'm like, all right, Muffalo, do you want to get yours? And Muffalo's gonna be like, yeah. So Muffalo's gonna go look for like a rat, and
Okay.
he's gonna kill it.
Okay. It's easy
I
enough for
must-
him. It's
He's
not
gonna bring it back
it's not
over.
a rat though. It's like a raccoon.
Okay.
At first.
buddy. Jesus. Okay. Well, we're doing it anyways.
Too big.
We're gonna try. Open it up. I just have him like, he just does his mouth and drops the critter.
Okay.
And we try to close. Does the lid close?
It's not closing.
Buddy, I think this is too big, buddy. Oh. How about you just eat this, and then the next time we're here, we'll do something a little smaller.
You see he kind of like makes this regurgitating sound, and a squirrel comes out.
Oh, buddy, I didn't even see we get that. That's just okay. I just closed the lid.
So this regurgitated dead squirrel is now being sent to the Chimera Collective.
We told him we're going to send him an important book.
Yeah. Yep, I open it up just to make sure that it's there and that it's gone, and then I just
Watch.
I close it.
It's gone.
I close it. I close it, and then I put the box back to where it was, and then I go back to my watch like normal.
I pictured just like a pile of stuff appearing at the Chimera Collective. The letter appeared, and then all this other stuff appeared on top of it, and no one's gonna read the letter now because that regurgitated squirrel on it.
I might need to roll for did regurgitated squirrel ruin letter.
But that's all Fudge's mischief. He's got his.
So much.
Great.
He's got it out of his system.
It's that, or back over in the Chimera Collective, they assemble a whole team of arcanists to try and figure out the importance of these figures and this squirrel.
That's what I was
that is
thinking.
true.
He had linked the letter going, what? They said it was a book, but this doesn't look like a book.
They're gonna like.
We're getting your ammunition.
They're gonna be like, we need someone that can speak with dead and animals. Stat.
So I'm curious, out of character, just like, how would the size of the raccoon compare to the size of the book?
The book is larger than the raccoon.
Yeah, I kind of figured that.
Would Fudge have, like, is there some kind of roll that Fudge can do to see if he makes the connection that if the raccoon doesn't go in there, we're going to have a lot of trouble getting the book in there?
Oh. I guess we would have known anyway. I mean, I'm not looking. Fudge hasn't been really like paying attention.
Fudge isn't thinking like, in the magical way. He's like, it didn't fit.
I had thought that the book could go in, that it was sort of like some kind of pocket dimension thing. I don't know where I got that idea, but
the point of the letters to try and figure out how we get the book to them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. I got it.
I mean, you guys can make an Arcana check on the box to see if you understand it a little more, but.
It's magical mumbo jumbo. I do God mumbo jumbo.
All right. So with that mischief done, anyone else doing anything on their watches or?
I was going to talk to Cephas.
Okay.
When we come up on the last watch, so no one else has anything.
Sure. Before that happens, so on, who is second watch?
That would be me.
Okay. So, well, actually, I'll need to do 3 rolls. So on Fudge's, back to Fudge. On Fudge's watch, while you're sleeping, Sybil, can you give me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Okay. Really? Roll decently for everything else, and then you give me a 5 for that? That's a total of 8.
Oh, the DC was lower, but not that low. This is the first of 3 possibilities, but immediately. Okay, here we go.
My dice want to screw me.
Here we go.
They really want whatever you have planned to happen. That's what they want. They're on your side.
Fudge, can you give me a perception check at disadvantage, please?
Oh, is this a disadvantage because of my shenanigans? Oh.
How dare your shenanigans come back to bite you in the butt.
Oh, they bit me so hard in the butt, too. Oh.
I love them.
What, perception?
Yeah.
Man, I rolled an 18 and a 6 plus 6 plus 6 is a 12. Is my perception.
Sybil, I need you to give me a stealth roll and add 10 to it.
Oh, I get to add 10 to it.
Yes.
Oh god, that's not helpful for you. I was gonna say stealth roll, you got this!
Basically, you've got a sort of pass without a trace on you right now.
And then my dice, of course, roll an 18 on that, then plus the 10.
All
I
right.
rolled a 19, then down to 18, plus the 10 is 28. I'm sorry. They
So-
want whatever she has planned.
Wait, don't you roll with disadvantage with stealth?
Oh, I do. Let me roll another one.
And then add the 10.
That one was a 19, so that wasn't high
Okay.
enough.
What are you doing?
So, sometime.
Death
Other
wish.
side, the DM has cursed my dice.
All right. Sybil, you go to sleep, and as you're sleeping, you start dreaming, and you dream of this figure, and this figure seems to be sort of like, you just hear the sound of like hissing, and then you see this like snake skin, this large snake skin body kind of slithering around until it's like uncoiling itself and forms this feminine figure, like almost like a naga, you know, where it's like part woman, part snake, and she's got almost Loki-like horns on her.
That's fun.
Beautiful and terrifying. And she kind of slithers around you and touches your face, and you're frozen almost in this like paralysis in your dream. And she kind of touches your face and under your chin and leans in and gives you a kiss, and you feel sort of like this burning sensation spread from your lips over your face and body, and you feel your body start to move, but you have no control over it, and you just stay frozen inside. And Fudge's watch passes. You go ahead and wake up Crystal for her watch.
Yep. I just jostle her awake.
Oh, is time for my watch already?
Yeah, it's real quiet tonight. Nothing extraordinary has happened at all. You know, just me and Muffalo sitting there staring at the wall. It's real quiet.
All right. So Crystal's going to take out the widow and put the drow sight on it and start her watch.
Okay. Give me an perception check.
Oops, daisy. Okay. That is an 11 on the dice, plus 5 is 16.
Okay. You notice that Sybil doesn't appear to be in her where she was resting before.
Do I see where she is?
Nope.
I don't see Sybil.
Nope.
I don't see her even. Okay, I've got the drow sight. I'm gonna look around the room with the drow sight.
You see your companions.
But no Sybil.
No Sybil.
Okay, I'm immediately gonna go back to Fudge, and would he be asleep yet or no?
Oh yeah, easily. If it's been like 30 seconds, he would be out.
He's already snoring.
Okay, so I am gonna shake him until he wakes up.
What's going on?
Like you said, everything was real quiet. Like I can't find Sybil. Like
What?
I look with my dry side. I look everywhere. I'm not seeing Sybil. Where'd she go?
I'm like, she's right over, and then do I see her?
Nope. You could have sworn she was there, though. You don't remember hearing or sensing anything.
Oh. I wonder if she got into the box.
No, I don't think she could fit in that box myself, but.
Yeah, good point.
Okay, so is the book still there?
Go ahead and give me a perception check. Where did you guys put the book? Like underneath something, right? Like.
Yeah, in a corner with debris piled on top of it, so it wasn't immediately visible to anyone that just like wandered in.
Okay. Yeah. So you go to look for the book and it's not there.
Okay, I'm looking for tracks. I'm going into survival mode. I know where these little metal feet where they're at and where they're going. Or at least I want to try.
Sure. And we will go ahead and pick up here next time. So with Sybil kind of wandered off.
Okay,
What's missing?
before we stop,
Mhm.
can I wake up the rest of the group?
Certainly. We could say that you shake awake the rest of the group, point out Sybil's absence, and that's where we'll end this evening, and we'll start again next time. So thank you, everybody, for joining us for this episode of Chimera Collective, Darkness in Darvasta. Excited to see what happens next for our adventuring group. So we're on in every other Monday schedule, so you can catch us again. It looks like our next game day, since we kind of moved things around a bit, will be the 12th, it looks like. Does that work for our players?
Yep.
Okay, so we're planning on playing on the 12th, as long as everything goes well. Next Monday will be Mass Effect. We'll be returning again, as far as I know. And I did hear, I think our Destiny Forge game tomorrow was canceled. Is that correct? Or
Tomorrow it is Into the Wildlands Part 2.
Oh, that's
'cause
right.
We're doing that on the last Tuesday of every month. But Tuesday after that, the 6th, will be back to Destiny Forge.
That's right. I just knew we weren't having Destiny Forge tomorrow. That's right. So we have Into the Wildlands tomorrow, and then next week Mass Effect and Destiny Forged. And this Saturday is Withered Wastes, which is also an alternating Saturday game run by Rojan. And the Saturday next will be our Wayward Wanderers game run by Azarin. And I think I hit all of them. Did I miss any?
No, I think that's everything.
Okay, we have a lot of exciting
Everything
content.
that's active.
Yeah, that's all our exciting, active content coming right to you. And we do have a YouTube channel as well. If you'd like to catch up on old previous episodes, please check us out. And we appreciate you all. Thank you for joining us, and hope you have a wonderful rest of your night and the rest of your week. Take care. Bye.